Hello, 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 and we are live. It's good to see you all. I'm glad you can make it. Thank you for coming. I think tonight's going to be quite epic because I have lumpy gas in a vacuum to come and present entropy and gas behavior. How are you doing, Lumpy?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm excited.
I am very excited. I'm
For
glad you
sure.
can make it on.
Yeah, I wanted to take space to the woodshed. Hey, all you ballers orbiting this information, try and take the cotton out ears and stick it in your mouth and listen for a while.
Hey, and then we got PJ Cruikshank in. How are you doing, mister?
Yeah, not too bad. Hi guys, how's everyone? How's you flats?
Oh, doing well, thanks. Slept a bit today because I wasn't feeling too great.
Yeah.
My wife's also not feeling so great because it started with my child. We thought she had measles,
Ooh,
and then
lovely.
the other two children started getting sick, and then us too as well. So, but now we're all getting better. I'm doing much better.
Right, can I just reiterate? Last night's show was epic. I loved last night's show. It was a brilliant, good conversation last night.
Yeah, I appreciated everybody that came on. I think it was an awesome discussion, and I'm happy Adam came on as well. That was quite
Oh yeah,
surprising to
definitely. It was
see.
good to see Adam making. Yeah, absolutely.
Uh, okay, guys, so tonight is about entropy, and the poll tonight is entropy cannot be overcome. So, no, because it's nature's way to progress is 78%. Yes, because gravity 22%. So, everybody that says yes because gravity, you literally don't understand what natural law is. Congratulations. Okay, we got Michael Kahn in. Good to see you, mate. Oz, hey, good to see you, mate. Obviously, Sean Hawkins here, spewing his nonsense as usual. Moxie, thank you for coming. Alan Norstrand. Professor Harvester, thank you for coming. I will not take the jab. Glad to see you. Duper Poons, hello. Who else did I see? Jimmy J, hey, good to see you, mate. And Nathan Oakley, 1980. Thank you for coming, Nathan. Glad you could make it. It's always good to see you in. And then we got Uni, Undoctrinated, Ryanated, obviously. Thank you for coming. Lumpygasinavacuum here. Jess Palmer, Richard G, and Jeff Cassett, Arwen, INFE. Well, there's a lot of people, so it's good to see you guys. Thanks all for coming. Glad you could make it. So, Lumpy, I'm excited about this. Is there anything you want to say before we start?
I've used samples, little clips from MIT, from George Porter, who was a Nobel laureate. It's all official information, and it's available in its definitions and demonstrations, so we can add visual aids to the people that might learn better that way. And I just wanted it up and available for humanity to be able to access. And it was also discussed that if this could be mirrored, and I want to welcome anybody to mirror it,
Yes,
it'll be
please.
pretty exhaustive. And I think we're going to highlight all the areas that the globe folks have tried to use as reasons why we can have pressure without a container. In fact, QE is the reason I have the name I have. I changed because him and Betty were talking, and he said, yeah, they believe lumpy gas in a vacuum, quote. Right? And I changed my name. In fact, the other day, just to added a comment to, I think it was Chuck Middleton, and he said, what was it? Let me think. The automotive industry, to be sensitive to the well, let's call it the Brenda community. And so anyway, one of them was the gender fluid shift juice.
What?
It was tempting. Anyway.
What the?
All right, guys.
Quite
All right, we can get into it. Yeah, I'm stoked. I'm glad for the platform.
Yeah.
I was careful to be, sensitive to potential copyrights or any of that. So there's nothing here that's gonna conflict. There's no music.
Yeah.
There's none of that. I protect this community. We need protection. They're trying to attack us.
Yeah, all the
Because
time.
I don't know what's the matter with them. When you sold out to lies, you do all the things that liars do, which is
Exactly.
basically no limits. All right, I'm going to be quiet and just let's get going. And I'll comment when I can. And having you guys here to be able to add to the dialogue is going to be wonderful because you guys have, minds and have been even longer than me, and I look up to you. So,
Awesome.
And thanks for coming, everyone.
Yeah, thanks for coming. Yeah, guys, before we do start, hit that like button and share so we can get out to more people. And yeah, you're more than welcome to mirror anything of my content. I am not a person to copyright anybody for any of my content. So don't worry, guys. My content is for the truth. So I really do not mind if anybody uses my content. You don't even need to ask.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's an interesting word you used there. I want it exhaustive, because that's kind of what entropy is, isn't it? It exhausts. It's things that get exhausted, isn't it? It
Yeah.
goes with time and gets exhausted.
It's progression. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Progresses. Just gonna say hi, Mojo Shop. Good to see you. Ziamia Jess Palaska. Good to see you. Yeah, the Earth is definitely flat. Thank you guys for coming. Okay, so he sent me some things on Discord that we're gonna go through, and we'll go point for point, and then obviously we can talk and go on and stuff. So Lumpy, should I read your first points and then we go through like that?
Yeah, why don't
Okay.
we? It goes through some quotes and definitions. It'd be, yeah, we can do it like that. Yep.
Okay, cool. So it says, Chem Libertech's definition of gas behavior. I'd like to refer back to this periodically through the presentation. Obviously, begin with the quote and we end with the quote. Okay. If your theory is to be found against the second law of thermodynamics, I can give you no hope. There is nothing for it but to collapse in the deepest humiliation. I think that was from Sir Arthur Eddington, as far as I know.
Yeah, that was a separate from the definitions, but yeah, that's a quote from Arthur Eddington. I wanted to begin with that and end with that.
Yeah, because that statement is such a true statement, because that's the whole reason I got my poll as I did. Entropy cannot be overcome, because gravity is literally claiming to overcome entropy.
That's not real. That's not a potential reality.
Exactly. So it's actually interesting to see 20% of people say yes because gravity. So either they don't understand entropy, or they don't understand how natural law works.
And
Yeah,
how can they deny entropy? You know.
Yeah, it's as simple as a bite tire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so number one, the molecules in a gas are small and very far apart. Most of the volume which a gas occupies is empty space. Gas molecules are in a constant random motion, just as many molecules are moving in one direction as in any other. I'm going to just read them through and I'm going to try and explain them to you. I think that's the best. Okay, and then molecules can collide with each other and with the walls of the container. Collisions with the walls account for the pressure of the gas. When the collisions occur, the molecules lose no kinetic energy. Keep that in mind, guys. The collisions are said to be perfectly elastic. The total kinetic energy of all the molecules remains constant unless there is some outside influence. Then it says number 5. The molecules exert no attractive or repulsive forces on one another except during the process of collision. Between collisions, they move in straight lines. Okay, so number 1 is literally just saying all the gas molecules are very small and they move far apart from each other. So they're always just occupying empty space. So they seek to occupy empty space. That's their main function. So they will always fill an empty space. Number 2, they're just in random motion, so that means they're moving all over the place, left, right, center, up, down, front, back. It doesn't matter. There's no specific vector. They move in all directions, in other words. And then number 3 says just the molecules can collide with each other and the walls of the container. So in other words, it's the collisions of those gas particles on a surface that gives the pressure. Because like I'm hitting my hand, I'm causing a pressure on my hand. Just like a gas molecule, when you have gas pressure, it's the gas colliding with the walls of the container which causes the pressure. So when we take it with the number 4, gases have perfect elastic collision. So they do not lose kinetic energy. They do not transfer energy when they are colliding with another gas particle or whatever, because they're perfectly elastic. Now, people like to say, oh, but that defies the first law of thermodynamics. No, that doesn't. Gases have elastic collisions. They don't create or destroy, they don't transfer. Remember, the first law says you cannot create or destroy. You can only transfer or exchange, which is transfer, or transform energy. The gases don't transfer or transform energy. They just literally keep it. They carry on keeping the energy. So it doesn't actually violate the first law. That's about it.
And I wanted to add before we go to the fifth one, this is the Kim Lubertex definition, and is the straight lines. The fact that we have any gas pushing back down on the gas rising is only be the result of the fact we have a container.
Exactly.
If any gases were to be having collisions that end up in a downward vector, they can only potentially possibly be on account of a container. Otherwise, they would go in straight lines to fill space.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, that's what that's what I've been trying to explain for a long time to people. If a gas mole now has hit the ground and it's bouncing back up, it's going to carry on bouncing back up and it will never return if there's no containment. But we have gas pressure still to breathe. That means that the gas is returning to be able to recycle. It's keep on bouncing around. Now remember, I'm explaining, obviously we have more concentration of denser gases and everything in the conglomerate, aka Dalton's law, at the surface. So they're still hitting more frequently, and that's why we got more pressure. But it's still in a contained dynamic system. Without that containment, all the gas would just disperse, because it would hit and just leave and never return, because it has nothing to get it to come back. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, they move in straight lines. If you could read that number 5 real quick, and then we'll know what I was referencing.
Yeah, so the molecules exert no attractive or repulsive forces on one another, except during the process of collision. Between collisions, they move in straight lines. So it's very simple, guys. They literally, once they collide with the other, they change their vector. That's about it. But they move in straight lines.
Or the containment.
Yeah.
Yep. It would be moving in a out vector until something causes it, i.e. the container, to have a return vector potential. That there would ever be a return vector potential for gas means that we have containment, period.
Exactly.
So, okay.
Hey Mediodon, INFE, and Gematria Wombat. Good to see you guys. Mediodon says evidence for the container. We literally just told you why there's evidence for the container. Because you bloody well breathing.
Evidence. You guys are funny.
I mean, we can take the same argument, like I love that QE brings up with the steak. Let's say we got a piece of steak. You ordered a piece of steak by a restaurant and you get it. Oh, this nice ribeye or something. Cut up and eat it. You don't need to see the animal that provided the piece of steak for you. You know it's there because you're eating it. Just like we don't need to see the container because we got gas pressure to breathe.
Exactly.
How about invert that and give us evidence of no container?
Yeah, how about that?
Exactly. Yeah, right.
But you see,
Can you demonstrate in reality pressure without a container?
Nope. Definitely not. I mean,
or
I've been
any
asking.
curving maps or any of the garbage you guys just type.
Jimmy J says, how does a combustion engine work if molecules don't transfer energy? Who said molecules don't transfer energy?
Hold on. That's an entropic expansion due to temperature. We're going to get into that though.
Look, temperature changes the jiggling of the gases, but it's not going to change the vector of the gases. Jimmy J? There's a difference.
They push. And also, how about this? If you didn't have the engine block, would you have any pressure on the piston?
No. What happens if your head gasket blows?
You don't have any pressure, therefore you have no torque. you'll have no horsepower.
Exactly.
Yeah, or a whole engine block stuck. I mean, it's just you guys, come on.
Even with things like hydraulic, it's all pressure, you know?
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, so I'm going to show the first one. First, entropy, not the disorder. So this is the first video, guys.
You've probably heard entropy defined or described as disorder. The usual example is that of a college dorm room, which, without regular tidying, becomes messier or less ordered over time. Supposedly, the entropy of the messy room is higher than that of the tidy room. Now, this analogy is easy to picture, but it's misleading. In this video, you'll learn a more accurate description.
That's it. Okay, so what do you want to say on that, Lumpy?
Just that we've been, read in chats from, Boyle, that, entropy is, simplified as disorder, which is, you got an MIT employee here telling you that's not the case. And it's not. It's not. It's just, it's high states of energy flowing spontaneously to low. And we're going to get into more demonstrations of what that means and how you can visualize. And it's like a well duh once you, or you just lie to yourself and God set you free to believe nonsense, which is literally what the ballers, you guys are believing nonsense.
Exactly. Yeah, it's actually, it's just true. They just choose to believe their religion over reality. It's cognitive dissonance, as simple as that. They lie to themselves to keep their religion alive. Hi SI Man, Derek Nelson, and Taylor Vision. Good to see you, mate. And Dalla. It's good to see you all. Thank you for coming. Okay, hope you guys enjoy this. So yeah, that's practically just entropy and disorder like they're explaining in part 1. Part 2, I'm going to go George Porter demonstration. I love this demonstration, by the way.
Dogs are active tonight.
That dog really is vocal.
Doesn't want to work. Okay, let's restart it again. Hey Quinlan, 1977, thank you for coming, mate. Glad you could make it. But I really hope that people do pay attention to what the information is being showed. Because I think it's needed. Really? And you see, if I'm gonna download it, then it's not gonna have just that cut. That's the problem.
Oh, really?
Let's see. Maybe I can.
Now come to the heart
there we go.
of the matter of the direction of change, and the heart of the matter is the second law of thermodynamics. A great deal has been written about this law. It's been quoted as the sine qua non of scientific enlightenment, rather as Shakespeare and Beethoven might be quoted to represent the arts.
Yeah. So what do you have to say about that?
I just wanted to point out the importance in the mind of and how a professor would be interested to highlight how important the second law of thermodynamics is in a way to describe what we experienced in life. And then his pressure vessel demonstration with the container and the containment opened and liken it to a soda pop can that isn't flat, or you'll see. Anyway, that's all. I just wanted to point out that this is a big deal. To scientific enlightenment, to people who want to claim that they're scientific and they want to, because typically that's the direction that Wilbur wants to go is. We have the body of science and all these sort of things, and I hate to use fallacy, guys. I'm not trying to dig a hole for me anyway. All I'm doing is referencing things I've heard and the arguments that are presented from Team Globe. Anyway, I'll be quiet.
No, you're doing an awesome job, and I mean, it's you presenting, so you can talk away, mate. Don't worry. I just have to tell Media Don quickly. He says, air is a fluid like water. The deeper you go under the water, the more the pressure. Same as observed in the atmosphere. False. Water is bonded. Air is not bonded. Learn the differences.
Also, air moves in every direction freely, and water would have a vector of down.
Exactly. That's crazy. These guys really use false equivalences. It shows you the level of knowledge they have on the subjects that they're trying to debunk.
I mean, now that I think about it, I could be blowing up a balloon while I'm pouring water over the top of the balloon, right? That'd be a cool little demonstration. Can you envision that there, Media Don? I take a cup of water as I'm blowing up a balloon and pour the water on top of the balloon, right? And as the balloon is, growing in every single vector possible, right? And then you get the water just pouring off the bottom of the balloon that I poured on the top of the balloon. And can you still have your analogy? Because it was retarded, to be honest.
Media Don, I know what fluid is. One of my best viewed videos on my channel is air is a fluid.
I mean, water fluid can be turned into gas after
There's
a
a difference. Yeah, but you see,
form, it's down like Lumpy says, down as vector is down.
but fluid dynamics doesn't mean liquid dynamics, mate.
No, of course not.
There's a difference between fluid and liquid. You get fluid behavior, but it doesn't make it a liquid. Oh, we got sitting bull back, guys. First law applies to anything, sitting bull. Nice straw man.
Ha ha.
Okay, let's go on to the next one. It's weird how they don't understand how elastic collisions work.
Gas expansion into a vacuum fundamentally involves an increase in entropy. You got a problem. One, according to the fairy tale narrative, there's a vacuum surrounding your spinning ball space monkey. Number two, we obviously have gas pressure. Number three, the Earth is not a sealed container. Number four, the gas pressure is not expanding, not expanding into a vacuum. Ergo, the ball-tard spinning space monkey Earth defies the laws of entropy and is in direct violation of it. Gas expansion into a vacuum fundamentally involves an increase in entropy.
I'm just playing it twice so they can listen because there's quite a lot of information for them to take.
Totally okay.
Got a problem. One, according to the fairy tale narrative, there's a vacuum surrounding your spinning ball space monkey. Number two, we obviously have gas pressure. Number three, the Earth is not a sealed container. Number four, the gas pressure is not expanding, not expanding into a vacuum. Ergo, the ball-tard spinning space monkey Earth defies the laws of entropy.
There we go. And that falls under the opening statement we have about with Sir Arthur Eddington.
Yeah, that's, it has value to be said. I didn't realize I put that one in front of, but it really doesn't matter. The concept will be carried forward.
Yeah, it's the same. Yes, air is fluid behavior. Air is a fluid, not a liquid. Mediadon? No. Elastic collisions means what, Sitting Bull? Means it doesn't lose kinetic energy. Pay attention. Okay, okay, we got those already. Okay, so it said, definition of gas pressure. In general, pressure is defined as the force exerted per unit of area. In the case of gas, pressure is the force exerted by the gaseous molecules on the vessel that holds them. Gas particles move quickly and randomly in straight lines, colliding with both each other and the walls of their container. Very simple stuff. Hi Flat Earth Truth, good to see you, mate. Thank you for coming. Okay, next. first law of thermodynamics only predicts things that doesn't have elastic collisions would lose or energy. You know what it does? Because it would transfer or transform the energy. Gas molecules don't transfer or transform energy. Get it? It's perfect elastic collisions.
The atoms and molecules in gases are much more spread out than in solids or liquids. They vibrate and move freely at high speeds. A gas will fill any container, but if the container is not sealed, the gas will escape.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
What did you say?
Oh, never mind. That was right. That was right. I apologize. There was another repeat. I tried really hard not to do any repeats. I thought it was a repeat for a second. I apologize.
No stress. No, I could see it wasn't repeat though. Now we got Sean Hawkins, the tuna sandwich IQ expert. Gas pressure is not the same as atmospheric pressure. What is the atmosphere comprised of again? Nitrogen,
Gas.
oxygen, argon.
Homogeneous gas.
And
Yeah. Carbon dioxide. Helium.
the word
Yeah.
atmo doesn't ring a bell?
That's air.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's a moron.
His favourite thing lately is stop lying, isn't it? I mean, do you project much, Sean? Come on.
The atmosphere is just simply Dalton's law. It's a conglomerate of all gases in the same system. That's it. I actually got no hope for this guy.
Yeah, Sean's a special case. I think it's really a spiritual thing with Sean.
Yeah, I agree. No, I agree.
Oh, yeah.
I hope you guys are enjoying this. Please don't forget to hit that like button and share. And yeah, let's get this information out there because there's a lot of people that need to hear this because you get idiot parroting ballers that don't understand basic physics fundamentals that literally come and spew nonsense. Like McToon telling me Cartesian coordinate systems have nothing to do with flat maps. That's exactly what that's exactly what a
that's what they
Cartesian
are.
system is. It's a grid system.
Yeah.
That's idiot.
Yeah, that's your grid system. These people are just.
Media Dawn, I think Flats has explained that a million times. It's a dynamic system.
You can look at Leslie Roher number 4. Well, drew it on paint for you, why? Yeah.
First of all, of these is the expansion of a gas into a vacuum. I have in one of these bulbs some bromine, and in the other I have a vacuum. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy. In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change, there's no temperature change, there's no change except entropy. First of all, these.
So what was he saying there, guys? It's just simply the bromine was rushing from one system to other when he opened the attachment, the wall. And
Yeah.
there was no energy change, no temperature change, just the change in entropy. And what is entropy? It's just the
High energy state.
of macrostates.
It's the low, like.
Yeah, it's just the expansion explaining more states, the possible states because of the larger volume. It's like
Yeah.
when you sorry, it's like
Go
when
ahead.
you take, let's say, 5 coins and you throw it in, like curl in your hand and you jiggle around. It can only have a certain amount of states, movements in different possibilities, you can say. Now take those 5 coins again and throw it now in a bucket. There's more possibilities for those coins to be in different arrangements.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really good. We get into states a little bit. As I I think it really exposes that we have a limited system, not surrounded by an endless 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, which is an absurd number.
But we're going to talk about that,
rather
though.
limited. Yep, we'll get into that. All right.
No, but we're definitely going to talk about that. Yeah, because, I mean, we were talking about it before the show, Sam, how idiotic some of the arguments are, like for the ISS and the spacesuits and stuff. Hey, Debatable D, thank you for coming in. Glad you can make it. And then I didn't say, Flataholics, thank you for coming in, yeah. This is the last time I'm going to answer you, Stingle, because you're literally trying to obfuscate from the point here. You say that the first law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to gas particles. I never said that. I literally said to you the last time, it does apply to everything. I don't know, maybe you have some issues hearing? It's just not transferring or transforming the energy.
He's trying to argue that the energy is not being conserved.
Yeah.
He's arguing that the gas molecule will continue in a single direction until the energy is no longer conserved, and therefore it runs out of, dare I say, gas, and then it will start falling back down all on its own, violating the first law of thermodynamics.
Uh-huh.
Yep, because it's kinetic energy due to temperature.
Exactly.
All right. Yeah, they think but that by posing the first law, the argument is the attempt is to try to claim that the energy won't be conserved.
Yep.
And that there's energy. Yep, you got it, Flats. Nailed it. Got it.
But I mean, we get this a lot with these guys. It's because they don't actually understand the laws they're trying to talk about.
Yeah, but this will be up for all the people who are the non-liars and all you liars that are here just, snatching your own wig off and everything you have to say. All this stuff will be memory and human consciousness existence going forward. We're going to exist forever, and it's going to be hilarious forever.
Yep. Hey, Alex, he's heard. Good to see you. Thank you for coming. He says, so what happens when they lose their energy? Gas doesn't lose their energy. They move, the only energy they lose is the jiggling of the atoms. They still move in the same vector. Do you understand that? They just either move faster or slower, but they move in exactly the same vector. They can only change direction with a collision. That's what perfect collisions means. Perfect elastic collisions. They only change direction with collision. Temperature can cause them to move faster or slower, but they're still moving in exactly the same vector, which is in all directions. You'd swear these guys have never ever studied gas behavior in their life before, even heard about it. It's literally just the atoms jiggling together, as Richard Feynman would say. When it gets hotter, they're moving around like popcorn, hitting around faster and faster. But as soon as it cools down, those jiggling atoms just move slower. It doesn't change the vector of the gas. It just changes the jiggling of the atoms between the spaces of the gas.
Yeah, from a jiggle to a wiggle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with temperature, the gas expands, causing an increase in volume per unit area, which will increase the pressure in line with Charles' law.
Exactly.
There's another baller's claim.
Sorry. Okay. You ready for the next video?
Oh yeah.
Okay, let's do this.
The Earth is a containerless, open, pressurized system. But their evidence? A walk outside. How many times have we heard this train wreck of a dumpster fire? The Elmer Fudd circle jerk of the millennium. Mr. Magoo is blushing, folks. Tantamount to the wind is generated by black holes interacting with dark energy. My evidence? Walk outside.
I love that. That was epic. Yeah, evidence. I mean, we get this a lot when you ask the guys, okay, show us your demonstration of gas pressure out of the container. Oh, Mount Everest. Like, what the hell? Do they even know what the word demonstration means?
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
That's still
Yeah.
and they think they can create glacial a fan. Already in the container.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you get sealed terrariums, guys. There's a guy, I think he's had his terrarium for over 40 years. And it has a dynamic system in there. It keeps having cycles, and it, you know, the condensation causes its own rain inside there. And it keeps growing its nutrients. The only thing from the outside system it gets is the sun. So yeah, very simple. Again, flataholics, the change in kinetic energy is only in the atomic level of the gas, not the gas itself. Are you really this slow? The atomic level of it is jiggling faster or slower. The gas itself is not losing any energy. It's moving the same direction. It can only change direction with a collision. You cannot lose energy with a gas to fall back down to wherever Earth, because there's no such thing as gravity. It needs a collision to get it to come back down. We have it coming back down because it collides with something. Very simple stuff. I think I should stop reading these people's things, because I think it's backtracking us from the presentation.
I don't mind. Whatever.
Yeah.
You know, that's why I want to do it here, so that we can
Discuss and
you
everything.
know, to be able to discuss, to be able to also offer what numptiness we're dealing with, you know, to future audience, you know, to make examples of what the argument is devolved to for the globe side.
I'm putting Sitting Bull in a timeout because he's literally misrepresenting me all the time. Getting sick of it.
That's just fine, yeah. Whenever they're just, you know, ridiculous, humans are going to think about it and try again.
I thought Michael hid him. And,
Yeah, this is a new one. He created a new account.
Yeah.
Okay, then it says, third spontaneous process. Definition of spontaneous process. In thermodynamics, a spontaneous process is a process which occurs without any external input to the system. Would you like to try and explain that better to the audience?
Well, just like George Porter said, or like we experience it anytime we open a bottle of pop, or open a valve on a propane tanker, these sort of things. There's no outside in beyond entropy causing the effect we see. It's a spontaneous process. It's like, in the word spontaneous will be used by any lecturer giving a reason for what or a description of what we're witnessing. Spontaneous is the word that would and why spontaneous is important is on account, if we were surrounded by a vacuum, our air would spontaneously fill it.
Mm-hmm. I just got to say this quickly.
Instantaneously as well.
Yeah, spontaneous is definitely. But I had to put. So he says, no, you can cool it down until it becomes a liquid. You got phase change. Then it's not a gas anymore. Gases are elastic, not liquids. So once you turn it into a liquid, it's no longer a gas. Flataholics, get it?
I mean, they wiggle every dang word they can, don't they, guys?
Man, these guys.
And it's incoherent wiggling every time. Hey, audience in the future that might be seeing this, look at these people. Listen to how they think. This is just absurd. It's absurdity on top of absurdity, and it's constant.
Yep.
It's insane. I mean, why do they literally come here and show how stupid they are? It's like they're proud to be stupid or something.
Yeah, they think they're clever.
Yeah, PJ said it, nailed it. They think they're clever. And don't be like ballers, guys, out there. Anybody listening in the future, or hopefully friends and family of the audience, I hope we can get this to you guys. And yeah.
Yep. Debatable D says, so how do you cool it down by taking away kinetic energy of the gas? Show me a gas at 0 degrees Kelvin, please.
Show me 0 degrees Kelvin outside of in reality.
Yeah, show us 0 degrees Kelvin, full stop. Hey, Better Than Gold, good to see you, mate. Thank you for coming. Yeah, I saw you were live at SeaWorld. Looks like you're enjoying it, man.
What do we mean by a spontaneous process? In thermodynamics, a process is spontaneous if it will occur without any outside intervention given enough time. In the world around us, many everyday events proceed in a particular manner. We would call them spontaneous. You have observed spontaneous processes yourself, but because they seem so natural, you may not have taken particular note of them. For example, think of an inflated balloon that hasn't been tied and is simply pinched between someone's fingers. Once the person releases the balloon, what is going to happen? Experience tells us that the gas inside the balloon will escape rapidly from the opening, moving from high pressure to low pressure. This will propel the balloon through the air until finally we are left with a deflated balloon. The gas that was once in the balloon is now dispersed throughout the surroundings. First,
yeah, very simple stuff. And that's kind of what we're saying. Now, what would happen if that balloon was in a vacuum? Do you think it would be able to move forward?
No, of course not.
It would have no propulsion because the gas is simply just going to transfer itself, disperse into the surrounding system.
No, yeah.
No energy change, no anything, just entropy. That's it. Hey, Fleur Checker, thank you for coming. Yeah?
They had no gravity. Have you heard the word gravity yet on any of this? And they would never use the word gravity.
Exactly.
It's spontaneous, and there's no other outside influence of any variety that could be exampled.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now we're getting into my favorite part, Avogadro's law. I like Avogadro's law. Fourth microstates. Avogadro's law, a statement that under the same conditions of temperature and pressure, equal volumes of different gases contain an equal number of molecules. Literally going against every argument these people have made by saying what happens when you take kinetic energy and turn it into liquid. Yeah.
Yep.
Morons.
Yeah, they have no demonstrations. They just like.
But they don't
put in a
understand.
glossary.
That you see, the thing is, they just parrot people like Bob, not the science guy or something, that actually doesn't know what the hell gas behavior is. You understand? And because they say, oh, this guy must know what he's saying, they just take it, but they don't actually know what the hell they're talking about.
And an example by the conflict between the demonstrations you're being given right now.
Yep. I mean, yeah, it's conflicting everything. I mean, you literally got it from MIT on screen, talking about it and showing against what these guys are claiming.
Yeah. And somehow they think they're smarter than the MIT people.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, it's sad. Okay, definition of microstate. Guys, this is very important. Please do pay attention, because this is actually quite an important foundation for gas behavior and entropy.
let's use an analogy to understand the term microstate. Let's say that you have two dice. What are all the possible sums for a pair of dice? Pause the video here and take a moment to jot them down.
How much do you think there would be?
Well, 7 would be a macro state of the most potentials, and it's quite a few. Later in this, it shows all of them. I can't remember the exact number, but it's limited in the sense that the fact we have pressure down on Earth with a gradient going up to their claim Mercator, where we're not expanding, our gas isn't equalizing with the rest of claimed space, which would be, what, 10 to the some parsec. What did Fight the Flat Earth say? James channel when he made him sound like a robot. It's 10 Googleplexes or something damn number. Anyway, just even a light year of 10 to the negative 17 with this little blue ball in the middle of that having somehow a gas that's lumped off around that ball.
Yeah.
And it's not, the microstates haven't equalized with that surrounding environment. And it'd be comparing the two dice to say, I don't know, how many, geez Louise, I don't know, 100 million dice or something,
exactly,
six-sided, or 20-sided, 100 million, or it's just, you might as well
That's
go
it, but
to,
it's just got to do with, like I was trying to explain with the coin, it's the same argument. The larger the
Yep,
volume, you
yep,
just
I'm-
the more ways you're going to have to have different microstats. Microstates. That's as easy as that. I would like to ask Flataholics Anonymous, what happens when you compress a gas? Yeah, I'll leave it at that. What happens when you compress a gas? Because he still doesn't get it. When we say
well,
spaces
you need a
between...
container to do that.
Because he still doesn't get when we say the spaces between the atoms. Keyword just, spaces. Guys, we had it as I think it was your number one on the list, where you're talking about the spaces between atoms. But you see, they don't understand what the whole model works around, so they don't understand. They just think, oh, look, you're changing, you're cooling it down, so therefore it's... Nah, it's got to do with the spaces, Flataholics. What did I ever say? Quantum theory, stream theory. What the hell? Did I even bring those words out of my
Bringing
mouth?
that garbage in the list? They're crazy.
Yeah.
Don't have to talk about it, do they?
No, okay, but let's go on.
Boyle's gas law. Listen closely. Observations about pressure may be explained using the following ideas. The rapid motion and the collisions of molecules with the walls of the container. You see this word right here? You're finished. Causes pressure, force on a unit area. That destroys the entire heliocentric Baltard religion. Right there.
Yep.
It's over.
And that's why they love using like things like PSI, pounds per square inch. Ring a bell, ding, ding, ding. Yeah, when you compress the gas, you're changing the volume, aka creating a liquid. Phase change. Congratulations, Flataholics. Moron. He doesn't understand. I just debunked his own argument. Okay. Which one? Now we're on Charles' law. Nice.
Okay, with his logic, space should be full of liquid then.
Yeah,
Fluid
exactly.
Isn't falling down. And where are we witnessing this?
So is he trying to say then the Bible is right? Space is then waters. Congratulations, Flataholics. It's space water now, not a space vacuum.
Yeah.
But in their model, no.
But anyway, even if he does concede that, then he would require containment to separate the waters from the gas. So he would still be conceding then containment.
But it wouldn't be compressed because there would be nothing to hold the pressure.
Exactly.
So you can't have you can't, yeah, so it would, dude, man. His argument fails on its face. How can you type such drivel, Flataholics, and call yourself an intellectual?
Wow. I don't think they think through before they type anything. Hey, oh, it's good to see you,
Like I
mate.
said, they can't control themselves. They're insane.
It is insane, definitely. Okay, I'm gonna have to reload it. Okay. Jim Smith, compressed gas is not phase change. What temperature must it... when you compress gas, does gas not become a liquid?
Bottle straight from the fridge. We are putting on
Since when? I mean, have you ever...
a
Sorry. Have you ever used an air compressor before, Jim Smith? Tell me what happens, why you need to drain it of water every time you've used it.
In fact, I worked in a machine shop that didn't have very good draining, their compressor, and then they had iron pipes, and try to blow off parts in that scenario. You got iron shaving going into your skin. Just was miserable as could be.
Oh man, okay. I'm gonna reload again. I'm just not gonna pause it because it seems if I pause it then it buffers the whole time.
You'd think it'd do the opposite, wouldn't you? If you pause it, it gives it time to load
To
up a
buffer,
bit.
yeah. But only does this when we are live though.
That's true. That's true.
Really odd stuff.
It's probably some type of, finagling by it, some type of degenerate who wants to just stymie the message getting out
and I
because
mean,
of degenerate filth.
And I mean, I've checked my RAM and everything, especially when I'm going. There's no, it's green all the way. There's no issues on RAM or memory or nothing. It's perfect. So it just doesn't make sense that we do this, and it only does this when we are live.
Yeah, it's one of them 3-letter people.
And my
messing around.
bandwidth.
Actually, we better not instigate them too much. Everything
Yeah.
might crash. So
Yeah, and
that's like
Moomin,
calling too much
and
of a
Moomin,
scumbag.
I definitely don't have a problem with bandwidth, mate. I got fiber for a reason, so I wouldn't struggle with bandwidth. Oh man, it just doesn't want to work. See, now it doesn't even want to load.
Yeah, I should have not called them. So the people that are messing with us. You guys aren't that bad. I mean,
Okay, I'm gonna download this one. See if I can. Oh, but see, you only cut like 35 seconds out. That's fine. You can tell me where it is.
Straight from the fridge. We are putting on a balloon on the top of it to seal the top, and then we are putting it into some hot water. You want to make sure that the water is not too hot. If it's completely boiling, it will melt the top
What do you think is going to happen, you
off
guys?
the balloon.
What does he do?
So, and actually, it looks like, oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, it's inflating! It's inflating!
Okay, now I want to ask you a question, guys. It's inflating, correct? Is there the same amount of gas in that container, or is there all of a sudden more gas?
it's the same amount.
Exactly. So now, why is it creating this pressure? Because it's just having more collisions every. It's just creating more collisions because it's moving faster.
Well, that and gas expands thermally.
Gas expansion, exactly.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, Rachie, good to see you. Thank you for coming. Globies, where was gravity here? Oh wait, gravity doesn't do anything. It doesn't exist.
Right. Anywhere in any of this at all.
Yep. There's no. I still don't see where the belief in gravity has to do with anything.
No.
Yep, learned in school, Slip Radar. Good to see you. Thank you for coming. You said air pressure. Air pressure. Oh, wait. Sean Hawkins, I've never said gas pressure doesn't need a container. Don't strawman me. That's a liar. What do you
That is gold.
What is? I've never said gas pressure doesn't need a container. Don't strong. So he's literally conceding gas pressure requires containment.
Yeah.
And what are we breathing now? Would that be gas? Would that be pressure of gas? Uh-oh.
Oh, Sean's got a vague clue as to making a fool of himself. So now he's got to try to be in line. Sean, no. We're gonna pull up all the time that you. Oh, dude, you're conflicting with. You're gonna have to search out your comments because people are gonna be looking real quick to find them.
Yeah.
Before you delete them.
Hey, Rocket Man, good to see you. Glad you can make it. It's very simple, Flat Earth. He's still not getting how thermal expansion works. I mean, the gas is moving faster because the space it's jiggling between the atoms are jiggling faster. It's not changing vector. It's just literally getting faster to its destination. Now, the only thing that loses kinetic energy is not the gas itself. It's the temperature. Temperature transference into the surrounding system. Not the gas. You get it? Do you know how temperature is entropy? The temperature dispersion is entropic? The gas never changes vector because of temperature. It's not losing kinetic energy. The gas is not losing kinetic energy. The temperature is transferring kinetic energy. I don't know what's so difficult for these guys to understand this nonsense.
Marriott law, or Marriott's law, especially in France, is an experimental gas law that describes how the pressure of a gas tends to increase as the volume of the container decreases, sort of inversely proportional. Referred to as the Boyle Marriott law, or Marriott's law, especially in France, is an experimental gas law that describes how the pressure of a gas tends to increase as the volume of the container decreases, sort of inversely proportional.
Yeah, it's very simple stuff. You want to expand on that, Lumpy?
Well, that's evidence that we have a limit to the system again.
Exactly. Oh, I think I just had this one on now.
Filled. Am I hearable?
Yeah,
Yep.
perfect.
Okay, good. Yeah, just Nathan goes over it, we go over it, other people have gone over it, and it's been said and said, and I just wanted to add, visual aids, get the numpties to make statements, and hopefully, with this, the flow of the videos and the talk, that we're able to get people to come out of the belief that gas is falling down, because that's just not real. Falling down and losing kinetic energy. As QE's put it, ripping up its bra in the violation of first law of thermodynamics.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna mute.
Okay, Flataholics, when a gas is moving in a vector, let's say upwards, and it's moving slower now, it's not losing kinetic energy, is it? What's happening when a gas is moving up? It's moving in the same vector. Do you get it? The temperature is changing. It's transferring temperature into the surrounding system. Hence, entropy, mate. But with a gas, when it comes to entropy into a disposed system, it doesn't have any energy change or temperature change, only entropy. It was literally demonstrated and explained by, what is his name here again?
George Porter.
George Porter, there we go. Okay, I don't know how much more I can explain it to this guy.
There's a t-shirt that might go good on a flat earth t-shirt, and a phrase is, I've explained it to you, I cannot understand it for you.
That's actually brilliant. Yeah, that's it. Because there's so much ways you can explain it, but this is like... Hey Frida, good to see you. Thank you for coming. I mean, I don't know how much more we can explain to you. You want me to show the spontaneous process video now, correct? But I mean, I think we've seen this already.
Yep.
I want to see if it's that one.
What do we mean by a spontaneous process? In thermodynamics, the process is spontaneous if it will occur without any outside intervention given enough time. In the world around us, many everyday events proceed in a particular manner. We would call them spontaneous. You have observed spontaneous processes yourself, but because they seem so natural, you may not have taken particular note of them. For example, think of an inflated balloon that hasn't been tied and is simply pinched between someone's fingers. Once the person releases the balloon, what is going to happen?
Spontaneous process.
Experience tells us that the gas inside the balloon will escape rapidly from the opening, moving from high pressure to low pressure. This will propel the balloon through the air until finally we are left with a deflated balloon. The gas that was once in the balloon is now dispersed throughout the surroundings.
Okay, because we've seen those right now in microstates as well. I think it was the dice. Or do you want me to show that one as well? I think it's one of the
Let's
dice.
use an analogy.
you know, we could maybe skip that. It's going to be less than a minute, no matter what it is. I tried to not be confusing. Anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
When I post it, it all of a sudden highlights a bunch of things and then separates them all on its own. So like I couldn't stop it from doing that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you like what you're looking at right there on the screen? All them different images that are the same thing. So I apologize. I couldn't
No stress.
fix.
Yeah, because it's the thumbnail of the video. So.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
I just. This is another reason I don't upload on my own on account. I'm just not. Yeah, I do the best I can, but.
Yeah. Okay. Sixth, heat and entropy. So we can see that. I think heat and diffusion of entropy. That's what we're gonna watch now. Yeah.
The hot bar is red and the cold bar is blue. We can see the heat diffusing from the hot bar to the cold bar. But can you explain this spontaneous change in terms of entropy? Let's work through this together. The hot bar is red and the cold bar is blue. We can...
I'm going to play it for you and then you can explain it, okay? Hey Tando, good to see you, mate. Thank you for coming. Dustin Bones, hello. So, yeah, he was literally explaining the zeroth law there. Because the heat...
Yeah.
Because the hot...
It's a high state of... Go ahead, Alex.
No, carry on. Sorry. Go.
Okay, yeah, the high energy state flowing spontaneously to low, and that's an entropic effect as well. And the purpose of pointing this out is everybody knows that gravity's not having an effect on their coffee cup cooling down over time. Mm-hmm. Everybody knows that if you put a hot piece of metal in the middle of, say, other small or other equally sized pieces of metal, that the heat from the one piece of metal will transfer spontaneously to the other surrounding pieces of metal, and it's an entropic effect. It's just gravity has nothing to do with entropy.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, like they were saying with this diffusion of via entropy, it's simple. The two bars, the one was cold, the one was hot. So obviously the heat is being transferred from that bar to the other one. So that's heating up, and they're going to get to an equilibrium and cool down both to the same temperatures. That's about it. Okay.
Hot bar, because there is more energy, our
There we go.
atoms are vibrating strongly around their lattice position.
Pay attention here, Flataholics. This is the thing I'm trying to explain to you.
Because there is more energy, our atoms are vibrating strongly around their lattice position. In our cold bar, the atoms aren't really oscillating much. When we push these two bars together, some of the energy from the hot bar is transferred to the cold bar. So, the question is, why is this thermodynamically favorable? Remember that the second law of thermodynamics states that during any spontaneous process, the total entropy change for a system and its surroundings is
Always
positive
positive.
because there is more energy.
I want to go back there.
And its surroundings.
It's always positive. The system equals systems plus surroundings. There's always a surrounding system. Always. But they don't seem to understand that. That's why when you say, based on your globe, this space, the universe, would be the surrounding system. And if we are an open system, gas we breathe would fill that space and never return.
The two bars in contrast.
Because gas moves in straight lines.
Ah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's going to be water cycle. Okay, ready to do water cycle. It's easier to...
This is a physics class.
Who?
Frida.
Oh, Frida.
Physics class.
But yeah, thank you, Lumpy, for coming in. I'm really enjoying this, mate.
Seriously, thank you for the platform, and thanks for the time and trusting me. And I'm honored to be here.
No, anytime.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It is good to have you on.
And like I said, you can cut in any time to talk. I mean, it is your presentation. Okay, let's do this. Water cycle.
This water fell from up there. And sooner or later, all this water will be back up there again. It's a cycle. The water cycle.
Yeah, water cycle. Whoops. What do you have to say about that, Lumpy?
Okay, well, follow us along with Charles' law, Boyle's law, and also phase change. The water that is down there on the ground, and he's splashing around and being silly like Bill does, and it's going to evaporate and form a cloud, which is up, right? And when the phase change happens, and the density of the water droplets gets greater, then the water comes back down, a vector of down, and if the gas went up, that's different than down, and that's part of the water cycle and phase change, and it's the brilliance of God. I really see the mind of God in that we would have rain when we need it, and that we have flowing water where we need it, and that we have humidity in the air when we need it, and that it interplays with all of creation that we experience.
I agree.
Yep.
It's like a circuit, isn't it? It's like he created a circuit. And
Yeah.
It's just perpetual. Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
You can definitely see the mind of God in that.
Hi, Dart. Thank you for coming. Yeah, I mean, think about it. Condensation literally debunks the claim of gravity.
Yeah, and you wouldn't see the gas until it makes microdroplets in cloud form.
Mm-hmm.
You're not seeing the gas in between it gets from, say, the ocean to, that's not being seen. It's just like when you're boiling water and you see the bubble happen, that's a phase change at that point of heat, and that bubble is the gas expanding due to the phase change. Man, I don't know. I mean, there's stuff people experience every day, and why you gotta argue any of this with anyone is just really bonkers.
Yeah, it's insane. Rocketman says, how does condensation debunk gravity? Things go up.
Yeah, the water vapor going from the pool of water that Bill was splashing around, your guy, right? And then he said it's going to go back up and make a cloud and then come right back down.
Mm-hmm.
So if something's going up, that's not down.
Exactly.
And it had to go up to come back down.
It's insane.
Enough water is going to condense on the bottom of this pan. It's going to rain. It's going to precipitate.
Mm-hmm.
And the cool thing is, I'm going to lick this pan. It's not going to taste like salt. Why? All the dirt's left down in the pan.
Uh-huh.
That's the cool thing about the water cycle. It cleans all the water. It's an amazing design. So to show you that, the water on this pan, we brought in a little light, and we're going to angle the dish. I normally wouldn't do this, but just so you can see the water condensing onto the pan, and you're going to see it precipitate. So here we go. Let's angle this. Try to keep the ice in the pan.
There we go.
Enough
Wow.
I love the way you use the word design.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons I held that.
Oh man.
Absolutely.
Not. I didn't want to go there.
Isn't God brilliant?
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Amen. Thank you, Lord.
Okay, now I gotta get back up.
Did you
Okay.
see that? Did you see that comment by Media Dawn Lumpy? Lumpy, how did you know all this? You trusted science. Why trust science in one thing and not in the next?
That's an all or nothing fallacy.
And
And you're misapplying the word science when you're
exactly.
trying to equate globe beliefs to science things. Okay, it's and to the audience coming in the future, that's a false comparison analogy, also an all or nothing fallacy. We're dealing with people who are, I don't know, they're the special kind, and don't be that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Buoyancy was taken because they had discrepancies in their gravity of pulling down, Rocket Man. You do know Archimedes' principle, which you guys say is buoyancy, literally was created 1,900 years before Newton ever came up with gravity. And how do you think that was? It was just displacement of pressure, not gravity. That's the problem.
Notice Bob the science guy and Phil are not here.
For all you know, that's probably them in the soccer accounts.
Yeah, it could be socks, but they're not putting their name on this, saying all this numpty stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, I want the ballers to explain to us how Archimedes' principle worked 1900 years before Newton decided to create his beloved gravity. Yeah, amazing. Because it's not gravity. It's simply just the pressure displacement. That's how buoyancy works, guys.
We could have like Baldwin do it, because he does better than they do anyway. So.
Yep. Okay, next video. Water cycle.
Water from puddles and lakes and streams, even water given off of the trees, that water's going to evaporate and turn into a gas. That means we can't see it. It's in the air. There's water vapor in the air right now. There's water vapor in our breath. There's water vapor everywhere. And that water in the air is going to rise and rise, and as it goes higher and higher up, it gets colder and colder until eventually it hits an area in the sky that's cold enough for that water vapor to turn back into water. And the first type of cloud we're going to talk about is a cumulus cloud. They're lower clouds. They're clouds lower in the sky, and the bottom of them are flat because as that water vapor rises in the air, it's going to hit that area in the sky that's cold enough to make it turn back into water. Water from puddles and lakes and streams, even
temperature change. Simple as that.
And I really liked that view with the clouds, because everybody can envision that point of convergence. And if it was, say, over water, you can see them. It's easy to correlate that cloud layer at the bottom of the cumulus clouds being flat, converging to another flat surface, which would be the water that you're, say if you're on a boat and you're seeing that. And as you look around, the point of convergence is happening, say it's cumulus cumulus clouds and their flat bottoms, reaching to the horizon and converging.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons I chose that as well. So
Yeah.
It's a pretty good visual.
That's a good visual. Yeah, it's good visually. I love how he says the bottom's flat. I mean,
Yeah.
the cloud is how large do you usually get clouds? I mean, like hundreds of kilometers in diameter, and if it's flat, so no curve, so it's not curving with the ground. Then apparently.
Yeah.
You guys are silly.
Flat Earth Truth. I think it was him. He asked me, he wants me to do the video on Bob the Science Guy's latest video about the ISS. So I'm gonna go look through that and see what we can come up with, because yeah, I think it can be fun.
we definitely ought to, needs to be covered. Anything these guys make as claims, well, you know, I think Flatzoid's a good channel for that. Not everybody agrees that they even deserve attention. I think they do, because it's their audience that, if they hear the rebuttals, possibly, that what ought to happen is that they have their audience basically abandon them because they're incoherent every
Look,
time.
you get obviously a lot of the people that aren't honest with themselves, and that's why they just follow them. But then you do get the odd few that are open, you know, and are honest with themselves and say, but hey, yeah, look at this. It's just nonsense that they're spewing. You understand?
Yeah, like the numpty clips do a great example, you know. Huey's
Exactly.
done wonderful with each and every one of these guys, just verifying that they're numpties. Wonderful job, Huey. Thanks.
Yeah, Q's been doing awesome.
Vacuum should be coming down. It is. Bets on what happens to Bob.
I think he's going to cave in. I think he's going to cave in the chest, and then the rest of the energy is going to go into knocking him over.
Yeah, I remember watching this. This one I'm going to pause now because Smart Everyday does have tendencies to copyright claim people. So yeah.
Alright.
So that's why it stopped at like 10 seconds or whatever. But yeah, it's simply they're going to be shooting I think they're shooting a baseball at the dummies.
And what's happening there is you can witness that it's due to pressure different, the force is created. Maybe it would have been smarter if I would have gotten like pneumatic metal bending video, because pneumatics is obviously air pressure, and you can bend large pieces of steel with the pneumatic pin, for example. You can, it will push against, say, a sheet of metal, and it will bend it.
Pressure,
And it will do it directly at a point. And if you ever tried doing that with your hand, you might be able to envision how much force it would take if you were to, like, say, poke your finger at that point and try to bend the metal. And there's a lot of force. When they say, you know, pounds per square inch, if you were to pull the coffee can over a half-inch diameter metal pipe connected to a air compressor, right? And you open the valve wide open and try to hold onto that bucket right in front of it, it'll rip out of your hands. I've had it happen to me. Trying to bleed some things. That's why it's say an air nozzle at work has a little diameter nozzle with what do you call it? A stainless steel ball that'll be right in front of it. When you open it up, it's limited to the amount of area that will allow the gas to come through. Otherwise, it would be too much force and it can injure you.
Yep, exactly.
And it's a difference. It doesn't matter. And another thing I really wanted to point out about this is that, remember everybody, it was a vacuum being created, was going to create the force that tears the leather right off the baseball and sends it at 1,000 miles an hour down street, down river, down, you know, not river, down the area.
You understand what
to
you're
the
saying,
target. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bob's gonna die.
Yeah, let's just get on from that. People can go look that video up if you really wanted to see it demonstrate. But let's not let's protect the channel and this content.
Yeah.
I say just dump it. Sorry, I I'm not trying to lose this.
No shot.
2, 1.
Oh.
Where's Bob? Oh. There's our deformed ball.
Baseball came
We'll
back.
rip the cover off.
Okay.
That was quite hectic. I mean, that was a lot of force.
Wow.
It could have taken your hand off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, that can kill a person for sure. Okay, that looks like everything.
There should be more video. There should be something about the what's his name, Brian, whatever, from Britain, who does Neil deGrasse's job over there.
Yeah.
And he's going into the ISS and he's explaining some of the things regarding the pressures. Let me look. I might have to send it to you there, Flex.
Okay.
Let me see if I can.
While you're looking. Yeah, while he's
Let me
looking.
get muted.
While he's looking, I don't think I got any super chats. If you guys did send super chats, I didn't see. I'm sorry. Okay, I don't think so. I just want to say thank you guys all for coming in. Please hit the like button and share. And I really do appreciate Lumpy coming in to present the stuff. It's very simple stuff, Flataholics, like I was saying, with the gas. When it comes to entropy of gas, there's no temperature change. So hence no kinetic energy loss. Do you understand? We are explaining it in a system with temperatures, and that's why temperature changes. Remember that closed system when it was showing the balloon going up was in a contained closed system with temperature change. That's why. Now if you had to take that balloon off, there would be no energy change, no temperature change, just dispersion of entropy. That's it. So they take false equivalences, and they take, because they don't understand the demonstration actually showed. You know what I mean? That's practically how it works.
Yeah.
Because it works on like you were showing, it was on Boyle's law, I think. That one, or Charles' law. Whew. But it's amazing how every gas law in existence requires containment. I've yet to see anybody show me that it doesn't require containment.
Right. Say, Platts, I sent a few more videos here, just.
Okay.
And then a little paragraph to be read, and then
where did you
I
send
believe
it?
there's the to Discord to DM.
Oh, I haven't got it yet. Nope, I haven't got anything.
Uh-oh. Weird. That's strange. Okay, let me get back there. Very strange.
Yeah, so I got a question for all the ballers regarding Archimedes' principle. Are you claiming that ships never existed before Newton?
Maybe if you tries to put it in element, you can show it from element, can't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm going to try that.
Yeah, try that.
Element. Yeah, exactly, Michael. That's why I stopped addressing him.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. Okay, here's the first video. Okay, but we already showed that video now. Spice environment.
Okay.
Didn't we show that? I'm sure that. Oh, here it is. No, it is that new video. Sorry, I didn't. It's not a video. It's
Well, the first thing is that paragraph, and I'll just read it real quick. Torr value vacuum claimed at the moon's surface is 10 to the negative 11 torr. Now, you just saw what happens in the limit that mechanism had to get to, well, they set the vacuum value, but it wasn't even like 10 to the negative. And all the mechanism you had to have built up within that cannon that shot the baseball to create that force, well, you'd have to get how many so let's say it's 10 to the negative 3 torr, you would still have 7 places of magnitude different to keep the astronauts alive inside the lander or any of the equipment in space. You have to have 7 feet in steel concrete Sandusky, Ohio to get to 10 to the negative 6.
yeah, and I mean
And
that's
it takes like, I believe there's a video, if you could look under entropy and system, let me look here.
I'm just gonna say
What pops up?
I'm just gonna say Taylor Vision, £5 super chat. Thank you very, very much. He says must be spent on chocolate for the kids. Thank you. Well, it is.
I just told him they're lactose intolerant.
No, I'll buy them those. They're asking me the whole time for those white chocolate Easter eggs. So I'll go buy them. Thank you very much, Television. I'll tell them it was sponsored by you. Thank you very much, Spuddy, mate. Really appreciate the support. Yeah, it's amazing. We can't even get it close to the ultra vacuum they claim in space. Not even close.
Oh my gosh. Yep, that's not it. Okay, so it might be lost. Let me look one more time. You're right, Flats, I apologize. I'm trying to find it and it's not. I think that would be, if it's not, if I can, yeah.
Ooh,
Well,
so
the arrow of time.
Yeah.
The arrow of time might be worth talking.
Yeah, arrow of time.
And how time is associated to entropy. And that would be the last video. And yeah, that is, dang.
Okay.
Shoot, I thought I had that little.
I'm just
I'm
gonna
gonna see if I can find it. I'm gonna look and see if I can find it, and I'm gonna mute myself, and I'll be.
Short.
you.
Short. While
You
you're doing
guys
that.
can go ahead.
Yeah, while you're doing that, I'm just gonna talk about, guys. It's got to do with spontaneous processes. You guys forget what spontaneous processes is. That's what entropy. So as soon as there's a spontaneous process, there's no kinetic energy change, no temperature change, nothing. It's simply just dispersion of the gas into the new system. The whole reason we actually have temperature changes and dynamic system means it's closed. There wouldn't be a pressure gradient to have if it was open. You get it? Because it would spontaneously, keyword, just spontaneously disperse into the available system. No pressure to have pressure gradients. Full stop. It's not difficult to understand this concept.
No.
But anyway, yeah. What I was checking out, the lowest tolerable pressure of air is about 0.47 atmospheres. That's 475 millibars. That's very bad, very minimum. I mean, that's like living like you can't really walk, but you can breathe. It just. It's crazy. Woo! It's kind of hot.
Media Dots' pressure gradient pretty much debunks your containment. Yeah.
I just literally explained to you pressure gradient, the actual fact we have pressure gradient debunks your claim that there's no containment, because you would have a spontaneous process, aka no gas, to give you pressure gradients.
Yeah, but
Keyword, spontaneous process. Simple stuff. But yeah, again, thanks all guys for coming. You guys are awesome. While we're waiting for him to find that stuff, oh, they got something. Let's open it. There we go. Bubba sir. Bubba sir. So I'm putting the sound off because, I mean, obviously we don't want, because Mr. Cox doesn't like me much. Practically every stream.
I just wanted to show this thing and the door size and.
Yeah, it's huge. But usually, like things if I show like with a BBC and stuff, look at that. That's huge. I mean,
That's good enough. That's people have seen enough. It's 7 feet of steel and concrete with millions of dollars in valve building, and you don't have that surrounding either the ISS or any of the moon land. Humans can only survive at what was it, 470 millibar?
yeah, 475
And that would
millibars.
be-
Yeah.
Yep, and you need to contain the difference, or you create a full potential force that would destroy the. Jeez Louise, these guys don't even get to beyond 10 to the negative 6. We looked, we couldn't find it, I believe. And if it can be proven to be wrong, but I believe that the ISS is at 10 to the negative 9, and that they claim that the moon is at 10 to the negative 11, which I don't know how many feet in the size of the valves, and to be able to keep the astronauts alive and from the ISS, or say the shuttle lander, or whatever they call these things, from destroying, from ripping apart due to pressure difference, potential energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, equalization. You saw with the baseball, it ripped the. I mean, can humans throw a ball that hard to rip the?
No, never.
You know, to basically take the head off of the batter. If you literally like it's exploded, and that's force. That's actual force. You know.
Yeah. Chad Jones, thank you for coming. Says, Flats, do you live near Wakanda? No. But yeah, one thing that's weird. Have you guys ever realized? Look at the size of that vacuum. So it's got quite a lot of a huge volume, you could say. Why do we never see any astronauts in there with their spacesuits when it's at vacuum? And I mean, notice that this vacuum is not close to, not even halfway to what it's supposed to be to space.
No,
I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, and I think it's reasonable to think of it as a percentage because it's an order of magnitude. Like a number 8 earthquake is, you know, a full order of magnitude less than a 9, and they're vastly different. It's order of magnitude. It's thinking of it as it's a tenth, right? For each, so a tenth, 100th, 1,000th, 10,000th, you get that order of magnitude from 10 to the -6 to 10 to the -9 of the ISS claim.
Yeah.
And here we go, Bob, the science guy. This is what you got to deal with, is you have orders of magnitude of potential energy, entropic energy, to expand out that system that the astronauts are claimed to be in at the moon's surface. How
That's
is
crazy.
it basically tin foil doing that, Bob?
I mean, the astronaut literally says he can stick his finger through the LM. That's how thin it was. Do you think that's going to be holding the pressure in? I mean, you can literally take some tin foil now, and you can literally blow through it with your breath, and that pressure is not in the magnitude of the pressure that would happen if you had to take like the LM with the pressures inside to space. It would be impossible to hold that pressure. It can't, no matter how little they want to say they're adding in there. I mean, you've seen what happens when gas expands in a volume. It's going to try and move outwards to seek equilibrium. And if the containment that they are in is too thin to hold it in, it will explode. It will literally create a hole and it will disrupt outwards. But I mean, this is the whole reason they don't show you any astronaut in a spacesuit inside this vacuum chamber or a rocket. Because as soon as they're going to try to show you it, they're going to have to fake it, and you would really come off, you'll realize it's faked, and they're lying to you. So it's either that, they just ignore it because then you would keep having your belief narrative, because if they had to show you, they would either get caught lying or the person will die. You understand? It's as simple as that. And I don't think a person's really going to be dumb enough to climb into the vacuum chamber with a spacesuit on. I don't think it's a nice way to die with your blood boiling and your saliva boiling.
Yeah, and your flesh expanding like a balloon.
Exactly.
Every cell in your body expanding. Geez Louise. It'd be nasty. It'd be like a horror movie or something.
Yeah. Hey, Bitter and Gold, I'm glad you're enjoying the stream, mate. Thank you for coming in.
I wouldn't go in there with an astronaut suit on. No. Not even with the new ones been shown lately.
Sasquatch Rose Farts, thank you for coming. He says, Flatswood, it's about gradients. 5 psi versus 0.00000000001 psi is equal to millions of bar in a scuba tank. Kaboom. Yeah, whatever. Owen says, it's being not a nice way to die is not going to prevent people from being stupid enough to try it. That's also true. But I know if someone had to come say, hey, let's try and use this, would you like to go into a vacuum chamber like the Sandusky, and we want to film you when it's on full vacuum in your spacesuit. Are you happy to do it? No, because I've never seen it happen before by anyone else. The last person I checked with, they tried to attempt to test the vacuum, a spacesuit in a vacuum that wasn't even close to what this vacuum is, almost died. And the excuse was, no, the pipe came loose. Yeah, because the pressure was too great to hold the pipe on the suit. If the pipe wasn't there, the suit itself would have exploded. That's how dumb these guys are. They don't understand it. I mean, it seeks the shortest path. The pipe was the weakest link in the suit. So the pressure seeked the shortest path and therefore expanded out and blew the pipe out the suit. Identification, I enjoy breathing things. Yep.
Yeah, got it.
Lumpy, any more words?
It's over. Maybe invite people into Discord, or maybe
we can move.
Go into something else, or maybe do reply to Bob for a minute, or I don't know.
We can go into Discord a bit if you guys want to, and let the people have a convo. But are you guys gonna then move over to Discord then?
Yeah, if you need us to.
Yeah, it'd be great, because I mean it's gonna be easier. So because a lot of the time, otherwise it's over talked on between Element and Discord.
Cool. Well then,
would you be able to come in? Yeah.
Oh, I'm good. Yeah.
Awesome. Whoop, whoop. There we go. Out of Element. Okay, guys. So Discord is open if you guys want to come and discuss this topic. Yeah, I think Lumpy did an awesome job. He really thought it out well to get the right information through. So that's really great.
Yo.
Yo, PJ. Did you time travel?
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? You just from down, just like that. It's more like TARDIS.
Yep.
I mean, I'm come from there and just reappear there. Yeah.
Frida walks alone. Devil worshippers. Yep, exactly, Frida. That's all it is. They're all self-worshippers, and they don't get that they are worshipping the devil. Even the ones that literally deny this, but unfortunately it's how it is. Hey, just Bill, good to see you, mate. Thank you for coming.
Oh, thanks for having me. Love the show.
Yeah, I think it went quite well.
Yeah, we're good.
I don't know where Lumpy is now, though. Maybe he's having troubles coming in. So, Bill, what are your takes about the presentation, though?
Oh, very nice, man. I mean, gas pressure requires containment. This is a must-be. So, there's no way around it.
Exactly. The one thing I take of all this is they don't understand what spontaneous process means.
Entropy.
Yeah. And I mean, that's exactly what we're getting when we see Flataholics Anonymous, when he keeps talking about temperature change and stuff with kinetic energy. He doesn't understand when there's spontaneous processes, there's no change in temperature or anything. And that's how it works with gases when entropy increases, because it will just disperse into the available volume. The mere fact we do see pressure gradients is because we are in a closed system.
Yeah, to have pressure whatsoever, you're going to need a container.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Hey,
gravity, just do it.
Exactly. Hey, Bacon, good to see you, mate. Thank you for coming. And I mean, they literally do say gravity can't cause the direction of gas flow.
Yes, sorry, I was disconnected.
No stress. How are you doing, Bacon?
I'm doing well.
That's good. Did you listen to the presentation from Lumpy?
No, I just joined.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Lumpy did a presentation on entropy and gas behavior, which was, I think, was epic.
That's good.
I see the votes, guys. It got up to 69 votes. Entropy cannot be overcome. No, because nature way to progress is 75%, and yes, because gravity 25%. So there's still people that think gravity can overcome entropy. Wow. Bacon, are you under that influence that gravity can overcome entropy?
I honestly don't understand what that means. I think they're separate things.
No.
Entropy is just how much usable energy a system have, and gravity is just either an attractive force or an effect of geodetics in relativity.
Well, let's put it this way. The gas pressure in an open system would disperse into the available system. So expansion of gases, that's entropy, with a spontaneous process, correct?
No, I don't think expansion of gases is what entropy is.
Oh yeah, it is. Literally MIT also teaches expansive gases and entropy. There's whole lectures on this.
Right. Oh, I've seen a lot of people, seen a lot of physicists explaining entropy.
Yeah.
And it was never about pressure. It was always about the amount of energy, the amount of usable energy on the system. So, for example, if you have, I don't know, if you have a water tank and you have hot water mixed with cold water, the entropy is low because there's a difference in temperature spread on the water. But with time, the pressure is going to average out in the whole water, and the entropy is going to be maximized. So there's no way you can use energy there anymore.
Yeah, it's gonna seek equilibrium, so the temperature is going to equalize. Because
entropy increases, which means
but that temperature,
less and less usable energy.
Yeah, but that temperature is always increasing in the universe, the surrounding system.
Yeah, the entropy of the universe as a whole is increasing.
Yeah, so when it comes to with gas expansion, thermal expansion, it's just simply because of its would have a spontaneous process. There's no entropy, temperature change or anything. It's literally just the gas dispersing free energy into the surrounding system.
Yeah, if you have
joules free energy.
If you, for example, put a balloon in a vacuum.
Yeah.
And you pop the balloon.
Yeah.
The entropy is going to increase as the gases disperse. That's an example of entropy. That's not the definition of entropy. Like entropy is related to energy, not to gases. Although gases, like gas pressure, if there's a pressure difference, you can use that as to produce energy. For example, if you have a balloon full of air and the air wants to go out, you can use that to produce energy. You can, for example, let the air blow and put a fan there and generate energy from it. Like there's usable energy in that system, which means entropy is still
work. Yeah, because you get work, but still, when it comes to spontaneous processes, there's no energy change, no temperature change. It's simply just this dispersion of the spontaneous result. So, like when you hold a balloon with your fingers, when it's blown up and you let it go, the gas is just simply dispersing out the balloon, correct?
Yes, it's being pushed by the pressure inside of the balloon.
Great, so it's the same. Just like when you have, like on Earth, it's claimed to be an open system inside space, which would be a super low vacuum, correct? The ultra low vacuum.
Mm-hmm.
So it's two separate systems. Now, what happens when you have an open system that's got a higher pressure in it?
That depends on what's the system.
You would have Earth in this place. You would have an open system, and you would have a spontaneous process occur. So therefore, there wouldn't be any gas pressure to even create the pressure gradient. It would literally just fill the available space.
Yeah, but the thing about filling the available space is when you're absent to other forces. Yeah, if I introduce a force, it's no longer going to evenly disperse in the available space. just like it doesn't happen on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah,
like,
but what forces can overcome entropy?
well, it's not about overcoming entropy.
That's exactly what it is, because you're saying you can overcome it if you have a force present. So what force can overcome?
Like
Yeah.
entropy is maximized. Entropy is maximized when you can't get energy out of the system anymore. So, for example, if you're in a room and the pressure inside of the room is exactly the same everywhere, the entropy isn't maximum yet. The entropy will be maximum when there's a gradient.
When it's equilibrium.
In pressure of the room, because that's the natural.
Entropy is at maximum when it's reached equilibrium.
Yeah, so if you have the same pressure on the top of your room and the same pressure in the bottom of the room, that's not in equilibrium yet, because we know it would form a gradient.
Yeah, but you're
Like
missing the point. Earth is supposed to be an open system inside this vacuums of space, separate system. There would be a spontaneous process. That means that the gas will just disperse into the available volume. It's not entropy will increase as it seeks equilibrium. There's not going to be any temperature change or any kinetic energy change or nothing. It's literally just dispersing. Joules free expansion of gases. That's how it works.
Yeah, but it disperses when that's what gets it to equilibrium. So if you disperse gas inside of a chamber, it doesn't disperse evenly, right? It's going to have more gas in the bottom compared to the top, correct?
Say again, I'm not really understanding.
If you put gas inside of a chamber,
yeah,
it's not going to disperse evenly. You're going to have more gas in the bottom compared to in the top, right?
That's false. Gas moves in all directions, not just downwards.
Of course, it moves in all directions. That's true. That doesn't change the fact that the pressure.
Are you saying are there different densities of gas in that container?
Yes. If the gas has the same temperature and it's denser in the bottom, then it is also.
No, but I'm saying, have you put are you putting more than one gas in the container? So there's densities of gases in that containment, or is it just the same?
Let's say there's just nitrogen.
Well, then why would there be more at the bottom?
That's what we observe, and that's explained by the weight of the gas.
No,
That's
you're making a claim here. You're making a claim. Why would there be gas conglomerated at the bottom of the container? It's the same gas. They're all moving in the same system.
Yeah, well, we can demonstrate. You can measure that, but
no, you can only calculate gas.
Why that would happen?
Can't measure gas. You can only calculate gas.
Well, you can measure the pressure of the gas, can't you?
Measure pressure, but you can only calculate the gas.
Okay.
Like you saying it's pooling at the bottom of the container. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, there's going to be more. The gas is going to have a higher pressure in the bottom compared to the top.
Like I said, that's a claim. Please, how would you demonstrate? Because that totally goes against gas behavior.
You can demonstrate that with a barometer. You can do that with a phone. Some phones have barometers. You can actually test that yourself.
You know, everything you're literally talking about has containment to it. And your guy's claim is there's no containment. And you're making a claim that gas would pool at the bottom of a container. When I'm asking, okay, how would you show us this? You're saying because I can use a barometer.
Yeah, this is
so you can have pressure gradients. So you can have pressure gradients inside a container then.
Yes, you have the same gradient that you have outside of the container. You also have inside of the container. It doesn't matter if you're inside or outside. If you're on Earth, there is a gradient of pressure naturally. And contained or not, you still have the gradient.
Always contained. That's the issue. You guys are claiming there's no containment. That's why we have pressure gradients. Is that not the claim?
Oh, we can talk about whether or not that there's a need for a container. But
yeah, you just literally explained. You literally just told us you need a container.
What I'm saying is that this wasn't the subject. The subject was entropy.
Yeah, an entropy of expansion of gases requires a container. It's systems. If the one system is open, it will disperse into the surrounding system. There's no force you can acquire to stop it from dispersing.
I didn't say you're going to stop it from dispersing, right? It doesn't disperse evenly, right?
But that's what I'm saying. So remember, your guy's heliocentric model is the face of fact belief that you're saying gravity is holding the gas off of going in to the surrounding system. So, okay, in other words, overcoming entropy.
No, that's not going against entropy. That's
It
just
is.
changing the scenario. Yeah, I mean, entropy is maximized when it's in equilibrium. If there's no gravity, then the equilibrium of the gases would be just expanding forever.
And we have pressure gradient, so it's not in equilibrium.
That is an equilibrium.
No, pressure gradient is not equilibrium. Equilibrium of entropy would be
It
all.
wasn't.
No, it would not be in equilibrium with the pressure gradient. It's literally macrostates, the different macrostates. Entropy.
Why doesn't the
if it's in
gradient
equilibrium,
doesn't break
if it's in equilibrium, there would be no more macrostates to be possible. It will just be at its set mixture. So that means everything will be mixed evenly throughout the system at equilibrium, not pressure gradients. That totally contradicts what entropy is. Because you're still giving it different macrostats it can go to.
That's where we disagree on the meaning of entropy. But if you have just put a phone inside of a chamber and with the barometer open, and if you flip the chamber upside down,
Yeah. Containment, gas pressure gradients in containment. Congratulations.
Sometimes in exhaust systems on race cars, you need to build some back pressure in order to have more power, and that's kind of an open system.
Yep. But you squash it so it has some back pressure coming back, but it's still escaping.
Right. A little bit.
Yeah. It's just having some back pressure because it's bouncing back to the system. But yeah, Eric Bacon, at the end of the day, you're disagreeing what gas pressure is.
Lumpy said earlier he put our response in element.
Yeah.
Right.
I did try open it. I was waiting for it to load. Okay, let's quickly try listen to it.
Gas expansion into a vacuum fundamentally involves an increase in entropy. You got a problem. One, according to the fairy tale narrative, there's a vacuum surrounding your spinning ball space monkey. Number two, we obviously have gas pressure. Number three, the Earth is not a sealed container. Number four, the gas pressure is not expanding, not expanding into a vacuum. Ergo, the ball-tard spinning space monkey Earth defies the laws of entropy.
There we go. I hope, Bacon, you heard that.
It's gone.
It's gone.
Yeah.
Oh.
He also said Bacon mentioned gas has weight.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Gas is weightless.
We didn't even get to that yet. But that's what I was trying to say. Is they can only calculate it. They can't measure gas. And I was going to ask, okay, how do you measure gas? They would say, you take a container, you measure it on a scale, you weigh it on a scale, and then you add the gas, and then weigh it again. So it's calculations, not weight. Congratulations. Oh, man. But that's what I said. He literally goes against what entropy is there. He tried to redefine entropy.
Yeah.
It's sad.
You do that with a lot of things, though. You know, like level.
Yep. But I love how he conceded you do need containment. Because what is the main argument we get for these guys? When you say, oh, but why? How can you provide us evidence that gravity? Then I say pressure gradients. His argument just threw that argument away, where he says, yeah, pressure gradients in a container, which they say is impossible.
Exactly.
Oh, that was easy.
Yeah, that was good. Good.
So no other people want to come into chat? I think I was as simple as I could make it to him. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I might need to talk some other language to get it through to the guys, like they don't understand English.
I don't think it'd make a blooming difference.
So yeah, we're still waiting for a demonstration of gas pressure without containment. We have yet to see that demonstration.
Absolutely.
And then we got another video from Lumpy.
Oh,
Try,
yeah,
try course.
yeah.
Unfortunately, I can't speak Xhosa. I did learn some Tswana when I was younger, but I've forgotten it all. So that's not going to help me much. I can practically just speak English or Afrikaans. I can say a few words in Spanish, and that's about it. Let's see if it's going to play now. Chris Pillow.
It just took a little while for them to start, didn't it?
Flat Earth Truth. Oh, wow, I'm getting hot. It was for Bacon, yeah, but Bacon's gone now. So I just thought I'll play it while we're having some little bit of dead air here. Oh yeah, guys, tomorrow night's stream I wanted to do on the Mandela effect of the Bible. I don't think it's going to happen because Brian can't make it tomorrow night. And I haven't heard from Dave yet. So I'm probably going to move it to sometime in the week.
Yeah.
Because I definitely want to have Dave and Brian on for that stream.
Oh, was that?
So I'll rather move it on.
These is the expansion of a gas into a vacuum. I have in one of these bulbs some bromine, and in the other I have a vacuum.
Okay, let's break it down quickly. Container, system. Container, system. They're linked. It's two closed systems. They adjacent to one another. This would represent Earth. This would represent space. Okay?
And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other.
There we go. This is what I was trying to explain to him. Spontaneous process. Spontaneously. So there's no temperature change, no energy change, nothing. It's just spontaneously processing, diffusing into the other system. So there's nothing got to do with energy and whatever. It's just filling the available volume, because that's what gas does. Hey Tony Whitcomb, good to see you, mate. Thank you for coming. Glad you could make it. It's as simple as that, guys. And now he wants to say equilibrium will be because of it shows pressure gradients. Does this show now pressure gradient? No. It's set equilibrium, and now it's can't have any more microstates differences. It's set to what it can be, and that's it. How else can we take it? Let's say you take an egg and you put it in a frying pan. Now once it's gone and it's got hard again, you can't make it liquid again, can you?
No.
That's exactly. It's now gone to its equilibrium state. Can't reverse the process. Maker races, and there we have is the issue. If gas fills its volume, why do we have pressure gradient? You can't claim both. The reason we have pressure gradient means we are not in an open system, Maker Ray. That's the whole point. Because spontaneous process, that's the key word here. It would fill the available volume. We have a pressure gradient because it's a closed dynamic system. We have cycles.
Now that is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy. In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change, there's no temperature change, there's no change except entropy.
Let's play that again.
is involved. There's no energy change, there's no temperature change, there's no change except entropy.
One more time, just for the globies.
Nothing else is involved. There's no energy change, there's no temperature change, there's no change except entropy.
Very simple stuff, guys. Is that so hard to understand?
It's not. I mean, look at the demonstration he's doing. It's simple.
I mean, he says it straight out.
The only thing he did to that was turn the tap and let entropy take place.
Yeah. That was it. Oh, wow. So does no one else want to come in? Are we going to end the stream here? Because like I said, I have been kind of sick today, so I wouldn't mind going to bed, to be honest.
It was good.
Sean Organ says, what's hilarious to me is that the fact you think you can use science and physics to debunk science and physics. That's what science is. It's physics.
No.
Yeah, it's the workings of physics in the natural world. So we should put it this way. Tell me how you don't understand what science and physics is without telling me. There's the statement. And apparently, remember, science, they say, is to try and invalidate. So, yeah. Using science to debunk science is what science is, you bloody moron. Thanks, by the way, for conceding I'm using science.
There you go.
Although I haven't given any hypothesis or anything, so not really. I'm just using physics.
Mm.
But I mean, this is why Sean is just a joke to me. Hi, William Brackley, thank you for coming. Glad you could make it. It's sad. And Maker Ray, why don't you come into chat and have a discussion? If you're so adamant about having this discussion about a dome, come in. We can chat about it. Yeah, that's actually interesting. Derek Nelson, thunder has an echo. I mean, that's because they say it like almost creates a clap and it keeps going, because as soon as the lightning strike, it opened into a low pressure, and then the high pressure, I mean, it literally conglomerates to each other, and the gas hits one another again, and that's what creates the thunder. Because it excites the gases and they move apart. So when is the Globies coming in to defend their nonsense? Come on. Lumpy Gas has given such a great presentation debunking everything these guys bring up, so I would also be scared to come in. Maker Ray says, I don't join Flat Discourse. I tend to get banned very quickly when mods have no answer. You won't get banned, Maker Ray. You have my word. How's that sound? So instead of making excuses, come in and have a chat. There we go. I sent you.
That's just a chance to dig. You know what I mean?
Yeah. They never debate live, William, because they're all just sock accounts of the same person. That's why. Still got 22% of people say yes because gravity.
How many? 8. How much? 22.
Micah Ray said, a word of a known liar. Yeah, you had no issue with Lumpy banning me when I pointed out your geometry fell. Again, you can come in now and have a chat, Micah Ray. I give you my word, I will not ban you or mute you or anything. Just come and chat. Why making all the excuses? You claiming to be such an awesome person, knowing about pressure gradients and stuff. So come share your knowledge with us. Hey, Mr.
Yeah,
Scholar, good to see you.
You've done your live chat on here as well. Yeah, you have.
I like Rocket Man. Rocket Man was awesome.
Rocket Man was cool.
Yeah. And Rocket Man, I didn't do anything to you. I didn't overtalk you. I didn't mute you. Nothing. Correct. So I don't know what's the name will have a problem with Maker Ray. Maker Ray's been in my chat for a few years now and just too scared to come chat.
Mhm.
Yeah, thunder does echo. Definitely. That's why they call it rolling thunder. Well, I'm a big fan of you, Rocket Man. Thank you for coming in, mate. Maker, I have no issues making claims about pressure until you can't answer your own self-contradiction. So come talk about my so-called self-contradiction, because I don't understand where I'm contradicting myself. Come explain to me how I'm contradicting myself, because the only one I've been seeing contradiction so far is yourself. Oh, okay, so months then, not years. Thank you, Maker. So semantics then. Congratulations. Yeah, Divergent Droid, good to see you, mate. Thank you for coming. Maker won't give a contradiction. And by the way, Maker, you know why I'm saying years ago? Because this is one of your sock accounts. Because you're not being able to come in and prove you're the person you claim to be. So we'll definitely take it on the fact that you are just a sock account. Better Than Gold says, I'll give the first baller who joins $25. Come, guys. They're too scared, though. They're too scared. Better. Free energy, Tesla. Divergent Droid, he says that pressure should equalize equally and spontaneously in a contained system. No, that's not what I said, liar. Maker, that's a lie. Should I explain it again? If it was an open system, hence contradicting your claim now, we would have a spontaneous process. All the gas in our system, hence open, would disperse into the vacuums of space, hence the surrounding system. Tell me again, why are you talking about a contained system? Spontaneously? Uh-oh. You literally just debunked your own self by making shit up. Now, that's why you wouldn't come in and chat, because you literally don't understand the things you're talking about. Guys, so that's it, I guess. People are too scared to come and chat this discussion. Where's Bob? Yeah. Where's Bob the science guy when you need them, or Billy Blue Balls?
Bob the science guy.
Or Professor Boyle, or maybe Cats or something.
Cats, yeah, he would have come in maybe.
The problem is they don't. You know what, Maker, just because you're lying outright and you carry on lying, I'm going to put you in timeout. There we go. So yeah, guys, that was I think, thank you again, Lumpy, for coming. I think it was an awesome show.
It was, Lumpy, nice one, man.
I want to say thank you to everybody for coming. I just don't see the reason for going on tonight if there's nothing to go on about. Because like I said, I do want to sleep. I'm not feeling too great.
Who just came?
Professor Phil Bell, absent from class. Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if he takes the prof away from Phil.
Rocket Man just came in.
Oh, is Rocket Man here as well?
Yeah.
Oh, Rocket Man's back. How's it going, Rocket?
Hello.
Hello. Good to see you, mate.
I thought just keep up the global presence.
Well, I'm grateful for that. I was just about to close off.
Yeah, no, fair enough. But just thought I'd say hi.
Yeah, I know. Hi to you. Let's say, really appreciate you coming in still. So you doing well?
No, it's good. Yeah. What is it? Saturday.
Yeah.
It's been pretty good.
Yeah, it's been cool. Nice and chill.
Yeah, it's getting heated in the chat. I just want to say hi to all my fans, really.
Oh, well, I'm one of your fans. Yeah. I'm definitely one of your fans.
Yeah. I think Arwen's one of your fans as well.
Oh, Arwen loves me. I love him as well.
Yeah, I can see that in the chat.
No love lost. Here we are.
Yeah. So what is your knowledge on entropy?
Specifically on entropy, quite basic. I remember having a class in physics when I was about 16 on entropy. It confused the hell out of me then, and I've not done a huge amount of research into it since. I understand that its effect, the abstract idea of entropy is that chaos comes from order. That the universe tends towards chaos, but other than that, I don't really.
Yeah, that was like the most basic kind of way of explaining it. Kind of thing. It's like, yeah, it's like, let's say you have a room, and you're not gonna clean it. It's gonna get filthy. You know what I mean? It's becoming disorderly. Or if you throw if you throw a mug on the floor, it's going to shatter into 1,000 little pieces.
Yeah, so like in school, and I don't want to open up the debate of what we're taught in school is right or wrong, but I was taught that entropy is the arrow of time.
Yeah.
So you can't unstir milk from coffee. You can't undo what has. Like there's certain events in the universe that you can't undo. That is entropy. Entropy is effectively like this cosmic blender that you can't undo.
Yeah.
Which effectively is you can't create order from chaos.
Yeah. It's the same as like when you fry an egg. You can't unfry an egg once you fried it.
Yeah. I'm interested to hear how that then has a direct correlation with gas pressure.
Well, it's very simple because if you have an open system, it will create what they call instantaneous process. So a spontaneous process.
So an open system being?
Like a low pressure system. Like space would be an open pressure system. So it would have low pressure. And what gas pressure is just simply the gas pushing off of a container wall. So it's going to fill open spaces. It seeks open spaces to fill. So if we were in an open system, it would have a spontaneous process, and it would just literally move away into that system to fill it. So it's going to seek equilibrium.
Yeah, and of course, like the people who would speak against that would naturally say that we don't see an equilibrium.
Yeah.
We see
So
a
therefore,
pressure gradient.
therefore
that's
closed
the
system.
obvious argument against that.
Yeah, so therefore it's a closed system. Because if it was an open system, you wouldn't have a pressure gradient. You understand? It would just spontaneously fill the available space.
But
the fact we have a pressure...
It doesn't. If gas fills the available space, it doesn't matter whether it's an open or a closed system. It would just fill the available space. There's no reason for a gradient to exist other than some other like thing acting on the gas.
There would be no pressure gradient. That's the thing. If it was an open system and it filled the space, there would be no pressure gradient.
And if it was a closed system, there would also be no pressure gradient.
No, there's definitely a pressure gradients in a closed system. Even Bacon admitted it. We can demonstrate pressure gradients in closed systems all day, every day long.
I don't know who Bacon is and what his scientific credentials are, but that's not really a citation.
Gas behavior shows it. You can heat up gas and you can cool down gas. You do it because on Earth we have cycles. We have condensation cycles and heat cycles, and we have clouds. That shows you cycles. So
what's the highest elevation we can get to record the pressure at? Do you know?
I'm not really sure what you mean. You usually get high altitude balloons that they've recorded pressures. There's pressure. It doesn't matter which altitude you go to.
So let's say us as engaged I don't know, citizens of science. What can we do to first-hand or second-hand record the pressure gradient that we're told exists.
No, the pressure
we
gradient
can send
exists.
balloons up.
Yeah, the pressure gradient definitely exists. I don't see what the issue is here.
Yeah. No, I think that's one of the few things we can all agree on. But what can we do? We can send a balloon up. We can measure the pressure gradient to what's that? Let's say to, I don't know, what altitude of planes flat? About 30,000 feet. Can we send a balloon to what, twice that? See, I'm off the top of my head, I don't actually know what.
They usually, I mean, I've
let's
seen
say-
balloons at like 125,000 feet before, so.
Okay, yeah, well, and at that altitude, what is the pressure? It's, like, without knowing the exact figures, I'd say it's pretty close to zero.
You'll never get
Is that-
zero
is
though.
that-
But it's
of
not.
course, yeah, no, but
Even-
it tends towards zero.
Yeah, but it's still much less than what they're claiming to be in space itself. I think at the
Of course, yeah,
I think at the ISS it's at like -10 to the, I think it's to the -10. Where in the vacuums of space is -17.
It's like 0.10.
7 magnitudes difference is quite a huge difference.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to like stir up that argument, but my point is that we can send craft up to measure the pressure at certain altitudes.
Yeah, and we have
can
pressure.
It's an undeniable fact that there exists a different pressure at different altitudes.
Yeah,
a container or not a container doesn't really, like, we have, first of all, we've got no direct evidence for a container.
Yes, we do.
For a physical container.
Well, we do have evidence for it because of gas behavior. We have pressure. If you have pressure,
that's an inferred.
No, it's the
that's
same as.
inferred, it's not direct.
It's the same as have you ever gone to a restaurant and ordered a steak? Did you need to see? Did you need to see the cow before you said, "Oh, I don't believe I got the steak in front of me because I haven't seen the cow"?
That's not a strong argument.
It is because the cow has to exist for the steak to exist, just like the containment needs to exist for the pressure to exist.
I'm sorry, that's not I'm not having that. But all we can say, if gas exists, then we can say that somehow the gas got there. But
Yeah, the gas
kind of
travels.
just-
That's how it works. That's how gas works. It fills the available spot. It moves in all directions
But
constantly.
we also see we directly measure, but it doesn't fill the available volume.
It does.
Whatever that available volume is.
It doesn't matter what altitude you go. There's always gas pressure.
But there is a consistent gradient.
Because
So for some reason the gas is not trying to get higher and higher and higher.
It is
equalize
trying.
itself.
It is trying. What
It
happens?
tries, but
What
it
what
fails.
happens when volume increases? Pressure decreases.
it's-
Correct. There's.
So why-
do you
why-
know? Do you
so
understand?
planes
Do
fly
you
at
understand gas
30,000
behavior? I just
feet.
want to ask. Do you understand what gas behavior on a okay level?
Sorry, so that kind of dropped out a bit there.
Do you understand gas behavior on a okay level there?
Yeah.
Like you would understand if
so-
you
so
increase
the
volume.
The free movement of molecules in space and with certain amounts of collisions.
Yeah, like if you increase volume, pressure would decrease. Correct.
You've got to like state your variables, but yes.
Okay, correct.
Assuming that if you take a certain system.
Okay,
and
so
then
let's
you
take
change
the
volume, then yes, the pressure.
Okay, let's take like ground level then. You would agree there's a lot of surfaces for gas to hit. The ground, it's got rocks, trees, people, buildings, mountains. What happens when you are, let's say, 70,000 feet in the air? What's there to hit?
About the same as was at 10,000 feet or 5,000 feet.
False.
Pretty much nothing.
Pretty much nothing. Great. So what happens?
Apart from itself.
Yeah, so gases are heating itself. Now, you would understand if there's more collisions at the bottom, that's why we have the pressure gradients. There's more pressure because there's more collisions.
If that was the case, then so what's the tallest mountain? It's Mount Everest.
Everest,
What's that? About 27,000 feet, is it?
I think so.
I'd expect, so if what you're saying is, I expect a correlation between the amount of stuff, which drops off pretty quickly over like 1,000 feet, certainly in England where we've got no proper mountains.
Yeah.
Why would there, and if you look over, say, the Pacific Ocean where there's pretty much nothing, why do we still see the same pressure gradient?
Because the surface of the water is a large surface to hit. And I mean, not just volume changes the pressure, temperature changes pressure as well. I mean,
It's remarkably consistent through, planes fly at the same altitude for at cruising height.
Yeah.
For some reason, because the pressure gradient, the pressure at that level is like remarkably predictable.
Still not taking the way the argument is to have pressure gradient requires pressure, which requires containment, because that's what pressure is. Gas pressure is the gas colliding off of the container wall.
What are the, yes, off a wall, not a container. We know that what are the units for gas pressure?
PSI. Pounds per square inch. Let's just take one.
Yeah, so the SI unit is, well, you can say pounds per square inch. The proper would be, pounds per square inch is kind of close enough to SI. The square inch there refers to a surface. Not
surface. So what surface is the gas hitting up at, let's say, 100,000 feet?
There is no surface.
Then how are you getting a pressure reading? How are you
getting? You have to introduce a surface.
So like a barometer. Like a barometer.
You could put a metal plate in that could somehow, like some kind of interferometer.
Right. So there's gas hitting off of a surface to get the pressure reading. So gas pressure requires a surface, and there is gas pressure no matter what altitude you go. Do you see the do you see the issue here?
Can I correct one thing here? So when we talk about gas pressure in the atmosphere, and I don't want to talk about like the etymological problems that exist with the word atmosphere, but just to say that atmosphere refers to the thing, all of the air that's above us.
Conglomerate.
Whatever the shape of it is. You know what I mean by
yeah, it's Dalton's law. It's just the conglomerate of gases.
Yeah. So atmospheric pressure is what we have. Atmospheric pressure is caused by the weight of the air above us.
Air doesn't have weight. That's the problem.
Does it not?
No.
So
can you weigh a gas? Can you weigh a gas for me? Or can you calculate its weight?
You showed a video the other night of sulfur hexafluoride that has weight.
Density. No, but that's what I'm saying. Can you weigh a gas? Can you weigh a gas, or can you calculate its weight?
You could weigh a gas for sure.
So how would you weigh a gas? How would you weigh a gas?
So you want me to say container? So I'll say you can put it in a container.
Okay. Go on.
But what is weight?
No. I'm waiting. You're saying you can weigh a gas. So explain us the process of how you weigh a gas.
You would put gas in a container, and then you could evacuate the container, and then weigh the container minus the gas, and then you've got the difference of the two weights.
So they're not measuring it. You're just calculating.
Well, in that case, all measurements are calculations.
No, gas weight can only be calculated. Now I want to ask you, if you have a gas in a container to weigh...
Right, I'm not letting you get away with that one. you just introduced this idea that calculation is somehow invalid. Why is it invalid? I've measured two separate things. Just because I've subtracted one from the other.
Okay. How much?
Make it some kind of like mathematical wizardry.
How much?
It's just like it's basic common sense.
How much? How do you know which gases you have in that container?
I put them in there.
How much of the gases?
I'm bearing in mind that I'm kind of like speaking extremely hypothetically. But I started off with an empty container, and I put gases in. Now I'm not I'm not a person that's an expert in gases. I don't know how you put gas in a container, but let's just say I do. So I started off with an empty container. I put gas in it.
You would understand that you never get a perfect vacuum. So even if you're going to try and vacuumate that container, there's still going to be gas in there, correct?
Yeah, but let's not let.
Do you understand the problem?
So one thing that comes up all the time in these kinds of conversations is this false dichotomy of, so if something isn't a perfect vacuum, therefore that means that it's not. You're trying to compare all not vacuums to all vacuums.
No, we're still working out with measuring the weight. So you do understand gas moves in all directions constantly, so they're not pooling at the bottom, correct?
Well, you say that, but we observe that gases don't. Like in the atmosphere, we observe that gases don't move in all directions.
They do always move in all directions. That's gas.
Down.
That's gas behavior. They always move in all directions. That's why even if you have sulfur hexafluoride, let's say in a fish tank, if you don't put a lid on it, it will disperse because it doesn't just lie there.
The video you showed had a tank. People were scooping the sulfur hexafluoride out of it.
Yeah, it's called the arrow of time.
There was no lid in there.
It's called the arrow of time. It's denser, so it takes more time to disperse.
But you said gases disperse instantly.
Spontaneous process.
Okay, so how?
Do you know how the spontaneous process worked when he brought out that canister of sulfur hexafluoride? When he opened that valve, what happened? Did the gas spontaneously leave that container?
No, it stayed right in there.
Then how did it get into the fish tank?
I don't know. I don't know how
it spontaneously.
I'm not like a student of that video.
It was a spontaneous process. When he opened the valve of that canister, it literally filled the available spollen. I mean, high pressure to low pressure. That's how it works. The sulfur hexafluoride was a high pressure. The sulfur hexafluoride was a high pressure system in a closed container. As soon as you opened the container, it had a spontaneous process and it had entropy increase. It filled the available volume, aka what went into the open fish tank.
Okay, it's like, but that's like saying when you pour water into a cup, it just instantaneously like fills the cup. Well, that's just how fluids behave. Stuff with weight happens to displace other stuff that has less weight. So when in your video, when he poured the sulfur hexafluoride out, it just displayed what was in there already, which was, I'm guessing, just like regular air.
Okay, now, what will happen if he left the sulfur hexafluoride in that fish tank without closing it? Will it stay in there indefinitely?
It would take a long time. I'm pretty so, like the movement of gases dictates that some of the sulfur hexafluoride will escape.
All of it will.
But I don't know.
All of it will disperse.
We'd be guessing,
because gas never stops moving.
Now we're just guessing at what would happen.
Gas never stops moving.
Correct, but some gas doesn't move as much as others because
gas never stops moving. That's why it's called the arrow of time. If I had to take two containers next to each other, like two fish tanks, and let's say you pour helium in the one and the other sulfur hexafluoride, which one is going to disperse quicker?
Well, the one with helium would have the
exactly
air above it. Assuming it's in the atmosphere, you've not really stated the conditions.
It doesn't matter. It goes into the surrounding system.
It does absolutely matter because different gases have different weights,
different densities. Okay, so
well, same thing really. What's define the difference between density and weight in?
When you take a scale, it works with what you call a load scale. Sorry, I'm trying to think of the name now. It only picks up the pressure on on the scale itself because of the can't think of the word now, can't believe it. Sorry, I'm trying to think of the word. I can't believe I can't think of the word. I've said it even last night. I said it so many times. A load cell. I think it's a load cell. But anyway, yeah, the load cell is what picks up the pressure. So the things you're putting on the scale, it pushes on the scale on that load cell, which gives you the reading of pressure. That's what you guys are coined as weight. Nothing pulling it downwards, as you think. It's just simply the pressure on the load cell.
At no point did I say something pulling it down. I'm just talking
That's
about
what weight is.
Like, we all know what weight is. Weight is just, you can think of it as just exerting pressure downwards. Heavier things exert more pressure downwards.
Cool. So we can both agree. So we can both agree. Then weight is not caused by gravity. Then.
No, that's also not what it says. But at a basic level, we can at least define what weight is, how weight manifests itself in our realm.
We can easily. I mean, you literally just agreed with me. It's the pressure that you measure on the load cell.
Yeah.
So it's not weight then.
No, I'm not attributing any cause to it. I'm just saying how we could. What I'm trying to kind of come up with a common term for what weight is.
Okay. Oh, yeah. That's just semantics. But anyway, like I said, you know how CO2 pooling works. When they do fracking or drilling for oil and stuff, then you get.
I don't actually know. Can you?
Then let's say the CO2 rises up through the floor and it pools on the ground. It's very deadly.
Okay.
Okay, but
yeah.
You are
so like in a.
It's like an invisible death trap.
Yeah.
Now you can understand that CO2 poolings don't stay there forever; they disperse after a while.
Can you define a while? Like what?
Let's say 24 hours. It doesn't matter. 24 hours later, you can come back.
The
CO2 has dispersed. It's not. Let's say after 24 hours, you come back. There's no CO2 in that area anymore where it used to be. Now, if gravity was pulling that gas down to stay there, wouldn't it stay there indefinitely? So, let's say you had someone doing fracking and the CO2 pooling happens. They would have to just evacuate those people indefinitely and never be able to move back to their homes because the CO2 will stay there indefinitely because gravity would be pulling it down.
Well, I think you're kind of like confusing the claim of how gravity acts on the atmosphere in general there.
No, that's how gravity claims because of it's what you call the columns. That's why you guys have columns of air.
Yeah. So if you let me speak for a second. Sorry, that sounded a bit more aggressive than I meant it to be. So the claim, as I understand it, is that the atmosphere, or whatever you want to call it, the air above us, has a consistent mixture. So the same proportion of gases, about 70% nitrogen, about 23% oxygen, and the rest.
And argon and just mixture of gases.
Yeah, all of that. What we see at ground level, the proportion of gases is pretty balanced all the way up to about 100 kilometers, which just so happens to be the Kármán line. The Kármán line is not like any.
It's an arbitrary line.
I think the Kármán line originally was derived from that.
It's just an arbitrary line. It used to be 60 kilometers at a stage as well.
Yeah, but so the proportion of gases is pretty consistent up to about 100 kilometers. But the amount of molecules, so the amount of gas in any given same volume, slowly decreases with a consistent decline as you increase in altitude.
Yeah, dynamic system.
So from that, what I infer is that what am I thinking of? So that doesn't mean to say that if you go with the official narrative, that's not saying that gravity is holding that mixture of gases down extremely low. It's allowing gases to get all the way up to 100 kilometers, but it's only some of that gas manages to make it all of the way up. Most of the gas,
so it's selective.
The energy that's contained within the gas is quite complicated because gas molecules bounce off each other Right, so certain molecules have certain amount of energy, and they lose energy as they collide with each other.
But gases are elastic. They have elastic collisions.
Yes.
So it can't lose any kinetic energy when it's...
On average, but if you look at the individual molecules will lose and gain energy. But yeah, if you're talking about the average of a certain volume, then it will remain fairly consistent. You can't. There's no such thing as free energy or
Joules free. Do you know what? Have you heard of Joules free? Have you heard of the Joules free expansion of gas?
You mentioned it a couple of times tonight. I must say I haven't actually. I meant to look it up.
Okay, do yourself a favor and go look that up.
Okay, I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah.
Joules
but anyway, like we're saying, the pressure gradients, the reason we have pressure gradients is because we have gas behaviors in a dynamic system. Remember, temperature...
Sorry, can I just finish off what I was saying?
Oh, yeah.
So what I was saying was that we see the same mixture of gases all the way up to 100 kilometers. There's no such thing there as some gases cooling at the bottom. The gas is still being allowed to escape up to higher altitudes. So in your example of CO2 pooling, of course the CO2 is allowed to escape. I mean, it is just gas. Okay, maybe it's heavier than what we see in the atmosphere, but of course it's allowed to escape. And there's nothing in the kind of mainstream science that says it shouldn't be allowed to escape. So in your case of sulfur hexafluoride, of course it will be allowed to escape as well, but it will take much, much longer. Because for some reason, the sulfur hexafluoride is very fond of staying in that open-topped container because it's heavier. But I have no idea how long it would take for it to escape, and I doubt it would ever fully escape. But
that's what I want to ask you now.
It would.
Let's say we have a dense gas here at the bottom. We have the same dense gas at 100 kilometers, correct?
Okay, so now we're talking like regular oxygen, nitrogen.
Let's just say CO2. We got CO2 on ground level. We got CO2 100 kilometers up as well, correct?
Yeah.
Now, if gravity is pulling them down, how is that same density of gas high up?
I don't understand the question, sorry.
According to your gravity and the argument, mass attracts mass. If it's denser, it's got more weight, it's going to be having more of an attraction. So in other words, we would be dead because the densest of gases wouldn't always be at the bottom, and the less dense of gases would always be higher, and that's what would cause your columns. So in other words, we would not be able to survive even if it's based on your gravity pulling denser things down, because all the dense gases would not be 100 kilometers up, they would be at the bottom on the surface.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Are you saying that gas has like some fundamental density property?
What do you mean? Because you literally just said if it's denser, you said if it's...
have a defined density.
Yeah, every gas has a different density.
So what's the density of oxygen?
I don't know off my head, but what does it matter? The argument still is the density of the gas. Look, you're saying that it's gravity pulls it down. That's what you're claiming, correct? Are you claiming gravity pulls gas down? So if something has more weight and gravity pulls it down, it means it would be where? Closest to the center of mass. So you wouldn't have the same gas at 0 elevation compared to 100 kilometers elevation.
But if we flip, I'm not dodging any question. I don't think there was a question there as such. But let's just it might help us to think about the oceans. So in the oceans, we also see a density gradient. We see denser water at the bottom of the ocean than we do at the top of the ocean. Now, you wouldn't, no one would say water has this inherent density. There's no like property of water that says it is this density. It's not a universal value. It just depends on the situation it's in. Water happens to have more density at the bottom of the ocean than it does at the top of the ocean.
Yeah, but water's
So
bonded.
how is that different in the atmosphere?
Water's
with
bonded.
gases?
Gas is not bonded.
It doesn't make a difference. We still
It
see
does. It
different
does make a
density at the
difference.
bottom of
Remember,
the ocean.
gas is a homogeneous mixture of gases that's unbonded.
But
They're
how do
always
the
moving in
bonds
all.
of-
They're always.
How do the bonds affect the weight of a substance?
Okay, let's put it this way. Let's say you hold hands with someone, and that person holds hands with someone else, and that person holds hands with someone else, and you go on. Let's say 10 people are holding hands, and one falls and trips. It creates a chain reaction of everyone falling to the ground, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, now let's do this way. Everybody standing next to each other, not holding hands. The first guy falls and trips. Are the others also going to fall and trip?
No. And
Because
what's
they're
that
not
have to do
bonded.
with weight?
Yeah, they're not bonded. That's why.
But what does that have to do with weight?
It's exactly got to do with weight. You're asking why the oceans have higher pressure lower down. It's because of that. Liquid is bonded. Gas is not bonded. It's separate.
But we see exactly the same behaviour in the oceans as we do in the atmosphere. We've got this density gradient.
Where is the highest concentration of gases? Bottom. Why? Because there's more surface to hit off. There's more temperature changes. That's why I asked you in the beginning, do you know just the basic understanding of gas behaviors? Temperature and pressure is inversely proportional, correct?
That is true, but actually we see a temperature inversion as we go up in the atmosphere. So
Yeah, but when you get there, there's a number of moles. So you got less of the substance higher up. So if the temperature does change, it's not going to affect it that much. The percentage would
but
be
the
different.
pressure, but you've kind of debunked yourself.
How?
The pressure decreases as we go up in the
Yeah.
atmosphere.
Okay, let's put it this way.
So the pressure,
Let me explain it another way. Let's say you have 10 Smarties on the ground. And you go up and you've only got now 5 Smarties. And you go more up and you only got 2 Smarties. Do you think those 2 Smarties is going to give the same pressure in a wider volume compared to the 10 Smarties in a smaller volume?
as you said earlier, pressure is just the gas hitting a surface. So if I've got the same surface that I measure gas pressure with at ground level, where there's 10 Smarties hitting it, and then I go up to where there's 5 Smarties hitting it, I've still got the same surface. I'm not affecting the fundamental.
You got
property of
less
how much-
moles to hit the surface.
What do you mean by less moles?
Less
You-
Smarties to hit the surface. So less collisions.
Yes, that's what gas pressure is.
Great. So
does
there's
make sense.
why you have less pressure, mate.
Okay, what I don't get why that was a kind of triumphant declaration of victory. But yeah, you're kind of defining what gas pressure is. but
Yeah,
not
I have to
how it's
define
caused.
what I have to take it to fundamental level so you guys can understand what gas pressure is. Because at the end of the
No,
day,
we understand
the
what gas pressure
pressure
is.
gradients is because we have containment. No containment,
No
gas,
right,
no
so
gas pressure.
You've made a leap of faith there from. you
No,
have
I
gas
haven't made
pressure
any lead
to-
of faith.
We were doing well there. Like even smart. I'm on board with the Smarties argument. I like a simple explanation that still comports to reality. But to just say it's because that's as bad as me saying it's because we have gravity. I at no point have I said it's because we have gravity. I'm just trying to understand and measure and quantify what we have.
Please tell
So
me,
to say-
can you explain to me how it was a leap of faith though?
Well, first of all, there's no observed evidence of the container, and secondly,
yes, there
all
is.
we're talking about is gas pressure is gas hitting a surface. I can measure gas pressure in the middle at 50,000 feet where there's nothing around, there's no container or anything, but I can introduce a surface and I can measure gas pressure.
Okay.
It's just gas molecules hitting a surface.
Okay, can
no
you...
need for a container.
Okay, then this is what I'm going to tell you. Can you show me any demonstration in history where you can have a gas pressure without the necessity of a container?
We observe it in the atmosphere. The atmosphere has no...
Please, no, I'm asking for demonstration, not pointing to the sky, which literally requires containment. I'm asking you to show us a demonstration where you have gas pressure without containment.
Your your sulfur hexafluoride video...
It had a container.
It has an open-topped container.
It's a container.
The gas
Congratulations.
It's an open container.
It's a container. So I'm making my point. So can you show us one without a container?
So you're saying that the Earth could have a container that's open top?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, I'm on board with that.
Great. So system is an open container then. So you're saying Earth is then an open system container? Congratulations.
Well, no, actually, no. In a scientific point of view, Earth is a closed system.
No, Earth is not a closed system. I had the same argument with Craig. I had the same argument with Craig. You know why it's not a closed system?
Well, you having the same argument with who's Craig?
FTFE, Fight the Flat Earth.
Okay, well, I don't watch that guy, so I don't really know what.
You know why I say it can't be a closed system?
So you explain why you say it's not a closed system.
Because a closed system only lets energy through its boundaries, no matter, correct?
Are you going to say now that there is technically a small amount of energy and matter that does cross the boundary, so therefore it must be an open system? No, there's not a significant amount of energy.
What about the astronauts? What about an astronaut?
Then there's the whole as a system.
What about an astronaut? What about an astronaut or a spaceship or a satellite? Is that matter?
What about them?
You're claiming they're going through your closed system. Do you know what a closed
system? The atmosphere.
You know what a closed system is?
We're talking about the atmosphere of the Earth, and you're talking about astronauts.
We're talking about a closed system.
Or like a meteor coming into Earth, or an astronaut.
Great, so an open system then, not closed system, because matter is crossing its boundary.
You're talking about astronauts when we're talking about the atmosphere.
Yeah, if matter can cross the boundary, it's not a closed system.
That's completely misunderstanding the
No,
reason for the definition.
I think quickly go onto Google, type in thermodynamic systems. It's going to give you three types of systems: an open system, a closed system, and an isolated system. The open system would say energy and matter can go through the boundaries. It will tell you a closed system, only energy, no matter, can go through the closed boundaries. Then it will tell you isolated system, which is just a hypothetical, no energy or matter can cross its boundaries. That's how the systems work.
Yeah, first of all, I agree that isolated system is completely hypothetical. It's really just just for the purposes of teaching, I guess. And then some people would go on to say that the universe as a whole is an isolated system, but no one can say that for sure. So
yeah,
we can definitely dispatch that one into the long grass.
Yeah, that would just be another argument altogether, though.
Yeah. It doesn't really bear any relation to reality. So if we then go with your version of the version of closed system and open system, by your logic and assuming that the Earth is a globe, you're saying that up until 1969, Earth was a closed system, but then since NASA and Russia launched objects into space, then suddenly it became an open system. That's not really what the definition in thermodynamics is talking about. It's talking about the free movement of mass and energy. If just because we happen to be able to eject mass or energy temporarily or permanently outside of the system, that doesn't suddenly convert it from being a closed system to an open system.
Okay, let's take a fishbowl, for instance. It's an open system, correct?
A fishbowl?
Yeah, it's an open system.
From a physics point of view, if a fishbowl is in its normal state and has an open top, some water molecules will escape, but an insignificant amount. I would probably call that a closed system.
I would just have to say.
And then obviously, then the fish owner comes along and puts food in. So you'd be saying that's introducing mass to the system. They come along and change the water after the fish has crapped itself. That's an open system. But while the fishbowl's at rest, then I'd say it's the closed system.
I just want to say, Tony Whitcomb, thank you very much for your £20 super chat. Really, really appreciate it, mate. He says, the guest needs to get his story about gravity right, as Neil deGrasse Tyson, Brian Cox, and George Musa don't know what gravity is, and how can the guest override their statements? Wow, thank you very much for the super chat, Tony. Very, very much.
Thanks, Tony. I'm not really talking about those guys, and I'm not really redefining anything. I'm just having a chat with platform.
Yeah.
But thanks for the input.
But Rocket, I have to disagree with you on how you just described the fishbowl as a closed system. The fact that matter and energy can go through its boundaries means it's an open system.
I would disagree with you. Clearly, I did it initially. I don't.
Okay, I got another example. How about a balloon? When you blow up a balloon, is it an open or closed system?
So you want me to say it's a closed system, but then you'll also say that it then deflates over time because air slowly escapes.
So you can but you can see it is an open system, but you can calculate it as a closed system because it holds air in for a certain amount of time. Correct?
Yes.
But does that make it? But does that make it a closed system just because you can calculate it as one?
It depends on the tolerances that you care about. Do you care about the occasional leak of air? How much do you care about it? For the purposes of what you're talking about, if a balloon manages to stay inflated for a significant amount of time, then you could say it's a closed system.
Nope. Just because you can calculate it as a closed system for your purposes doesn't make it not a closed system. It's still an open system because matter is going through its boundaries. That's the same what you guys are doing with Earth. You're saying, look, it's like a balloon. It's an open system, but we're counting it as closed because selective. That's why you're being selective on why you want it to be closed or open. It's very simple. You get an open system. This is the definition of an open system. This is the definition of closed system. Full stop. There's no in between. It's very dishonest to say. It's very dishonest to call it. I'm sorry. I'm saying it's very
dishonest. Riley and come back in 2 minutes. Is that right?
Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I'm just saying it's very dishonest for people to try and change the meanings of systems just because it goes against the belief. Okay. But
I agree with you. I said yeah.
But thanks again very much again for Tony Whitcomb for the super chat. Really appreciate it, mate. Yeah, it's very simple. At the end of the day, he's trying to fight for gravity, but not wanting to take gravity for what it's supposed to be. I mean, I haven't even got into the nuances that gravity is not a force yet. That would take forever. Right now, we're just trying to establish why a system would need to be closed to have gas pressure gradients in the first place. That's it. But I'm enjoying the chat. I must say, I do enjoy chatting to Rocket Man, though. He's a nice guy.
Yeah.
And I see it's 12:10.
Yep.
I had too much smoke. Good to see you, mate. Thank you for coming. Yeah, because I would still like to ask him, can he show me any vacuum without containment?
Well, exactly. Even that needs containment.
So yeah, we've got him to concede a lot of things tonight.
Yeah.
Run out of scripts. Rocketman, you back?
Hey, yeah. Sorry for looking out there. I was really holding it in.
No stress.
So yeah, we're talking about open and closed systems. I think we're kind of really getting bogged down in the semantics of it there. What importance does it have to define the open and closed system from your point of view? Why is it important?
Okay, do you understand the argument of delta and delta x?
Can you be more clear?
Sorry?
No. Can you explain what you're talking about?
Let's say you need something. It would be an antecedent. That would be delta. And then delta x would become after delta. So to have delta x, you first require delta.
I mean, yeah, so if you take point A and then you have point B and want to take the delta.
Yeah, okay,
point A must have happened first, yeah?
Okay, so let's put it this way.
When
When it comes to gas pressure, the delta would be containment. And delta x would be gas pressure, because the pressure requires the containment to exist.
But that's just an assertion at this point.
No, that's not an assertion. That's what gas pressure is.
But if we observe gas pressure without containment, and that's...
Where do we observe this?
I'm just saying if we observe gas pressure without containment, which apparently we do...
Where?
Then why in the air above us? Because there's no containment that we can see.
Again, you don't need to see the cow to have the piece of steak. The cow has to exist to have the steak, just like you have to have the container for the gas pressure to exist.
But what I'm saying is, if we don't see the container, but we do see the gradient,
then we know there's a container. Congratulations.
No, that's not what I was going to say. Then why would gas ever need containment in the first place if we measure empirically a gas pressure gradient?
Okay, let me place it this way.
We don't empirically measure or record a container.
Okay, let's do it this way then. What is gas pressure?
It's the gas molecules hitting a surface. We've covered this.
Of a container.
Of
the
a
walls
surface.
of a container.
Of a surface. So
Bring me up.
I called it out earlier. So I could have a metal plate. Just a surface. I could have a metal plate.
In an already contained environment. You can have a metal plate in an already contained environment. So already contained.
I could hold something. I could hold my hand out the window of a moving car.
Which is already in a contained environment. Remember, everything...
No, I can hold my hand out of a moving car.
Which is in a contained environment.
Not the air outside the car, isn't it?
Yes, it is. You haven't yet proven that you can have gas pressure without a containment. So, the necessity to have gas pressure is containment. Now, if you can hold a plate inside a container, doesn't debunk that you don't have a container. It's just you conceding you have it inside a contained system.
You've by the way, anything that might come across as insulting or demeaning, that is not the case. So what I'm about to say is, I'm not meant to be coming across as condescending or anything. I really like you, but you've committed a logical fallacy there. You've asserted one thing and said if this is not the case, then it must be the other thing.
So you're trying to say circular reasoning. Can you explain how I had circular reasoning, please?
So you said if you can't demonstrate gas containment without a container, then there must be a container. But just because I can't demonstrate it doesn't mean that there's automatically then a container.
False. Gas pressure, by definition, requires containment. So the burden of proof is not the burden of proof. The burden of proof. The burden of proof.
I asked you earlier about the SI units.
The burden of proof. The burden of proof is not on me, mate. The burden of proof is on you. So it doesn't help to say I'm the one having circular reasoning. You're the one that's ignoring that you cannot demonstrate your claim where we can demonstrate our claim.
Oh, it didn't say circular reasoning.
There's always a surrounding system. There's always a surrounding system in nature, correct?
So I don't know. I've not seen all of nature.
There's always a surrounding system in nature. No matter where you go, there's a system that surrounds.
So, okay.
It's simple yes or no.
I think I've kind of hit you up the wrong way there.
You haven't hit me at no way. You're not even getting past point 1 to understand what gas pressure is.
Okay, that's cool. So earlier, I asked you what the units were for gas pressure.
SI units, yeah.
Pounds per square inch.
Yeah.
Which I went with. Square inch is a surface, not a volume. It's not a 3D object. A surface is a 2D object. So you could hold your hand out of a car. You can put your hand in front of a fan and feel the wind moving against it. It just requires a surface.
Can you show me one gas law that has no volume in it?
No, because I don't even know what that means.
Every single gas law in existence requires containment, mate.
What about atmospheric pressure?
It's got what is atmospheric pressure?
It's the weight of it's the weight of the air above it. Like the oceanic water pressure that I talked about earlier is the weight of the water above you. Is
false equivalence. I'm asking what is the atmospheric pressure? Can you bring me the atmospheric law up?
Atmospheric law. It's not really law. It's just what it is. It's the weight of the air creates the pressure where you are. It's part of fluid dynamics.
So atmospheric gas law. So it's known as
pressure.
So it's known as ideal gas law.
No, just atmospheric pressure.
The gases in the atmosphere have a simple equation of state known as the ideal gas law. What is the ideal gas law? PV equals nRT.
I don't know.
PV equals nRT. Pressure volume equals the amount of noise. I've got it on.
No.
Atmospheric pressure.
Atmospheric gas law misspelled. Can you search for atmospheric pressure?
The air around you has weight and presses against everything it touches. That pressure is called atmospheric pressure or air pressure. It's the force exerted on a surface by the air above it as gravity pulls the earth. Now we've got a lot of problems with this. Atmospheric pressure is commonly measured with a barometer. Do you know what a barometer is? Do you know what a barometer is?
You're going to say it's container.
Great. Okay. So, how does a barometer work?
Because
on Boyle's law, correct?
Yeah.
Great. So, containment. Do you know how Boltzmann constant works? Because that's what it's got in. The ideal gas constant and Avogadro's number.
Why is it a problem that you have to measure a gas at a certain...
Every single thing.
You have to contain the gas to measure it.
Every single thing you bring up requires containment for gas pressure to exist. Even your Boltzmann constant requires containment.
You're conflating the idea.
I'm not conflating anything.
The need to measure it with the need for it with the ability for it to exist.
How do you measure gas pressure without a container?
It's pretty tricky, but does that mean that gas pressure doesn't exist without a container?
Yes, because that's what gas pressure is. It's the gas exerted pressure on the container walls. I just got to stop you quickly. Godzilla37, thank you very much for your $7 super chat. Really, really appreciate it. It says driving, but saving a lot of gas as I'm driving towards the spin.
Yeah.
Thank you for the super chat, Godzilla. That's a good one. Yeah, like I said, I've asked you simple things on show me any gas law that doesn't require containment. Everything that you've brought up for gas requires containment. So what's more logic? What's more logic? What's more logic?
You're bringing up methods to measure.
Sorry,
gas pressure.
what's more logic? The person that brings up everything that requires containment and every gas law, or the person that's claiming against every gas law in existence?
I'm just talking about the fact that there is no, we have no observed container, yet we have an atmospheric pressure gradient.
What's Avogadro's number?
But,
do you know?
sorry, what was
Do you know what Avogadro's law is?
that's something to do with moles, isn't it?
Yeah, the amount.
Avogadro constant.
The amount in a volume, correct?
Right. Yeah, it's like some crazy number, like
Right.
6 times 10 to the 23 or something, isn't it?
So containment then.
Oh. Wait, how do you extrapolate that from?
It's a gas law, mate. Volume. Do you know what volume is?
Yeah, it's like, but I could draw a cube above my head, and that would be a volume, but there's no container. But it's just an arbitrary amount of volume. It doesn't. Yes, if you picture a cube, then of course that cube is a container.
That's what volume is. That's why it's usually measured in like cubic centimeters, correct?
Yeah, I mean the SI unit for volume would be probably cubic meters, but yeah, something of that nature.
Cool.
But that doesn't mean that air needs a container to exist.
So far I've shown you every gas law in existence requires containment. Volume it's situated means it needs containment. I've literally showed you every demonstration you can think of requires containment. The gas pressure gradient first requires the gas to exist, which requires containment. You've just said nah because I believe.
I think you've mischaracterized that.
No, I haven't. You've literally told us nah. I pointed the sky. I'm ignoring that gas pressure requires containment, but because I'm ignoring it, therefore you're wrong. That's your whole argument. Because you can't see a container.
No. No. But you've complete. So, if I can level a similar accusation at you, you just told me that you talked about Avogadro's law.
Yeah.
And you said, because it's a volume, that means container.
Yeah.
Whereas I said, no, a volume is just some arbitrary amount of space.
In
so
a system.
I could say, so to measure it, yeah, you probably do need a container, but for it to exist, clearly you don't need a container because we see the pressure gradient without a container.
No, you are making a claim without the container.
14.7 psi at sea level versus
PSI, pounds per square inch. Pounds per square inch.
Yeah, I'm using it as because that's just I don't know what it is in SI units, but you know whatever the equivalent is.
So pressure per square inch. Remember, what is pressure?
Why are you saying that really slowly? I don't get what you're insinuating.
Pressure requires physical surface. So if you giving an arbitrary volume like your Kármán line, you're literally just creating a arbitrary system inside a already contained system. That's the point.
I'm not talking about the Kármán
There's
line.
always a
Nothing
contained
to do with
system.
this. It's just a political boundary.
Yeah. And like you said, when you stick your hand out with a car window, you were already in a system when you did that. It doesn't change the fact.
You're inferring some kind of system.
It
I'm
doesn't.
just sticking my hand out the car window. I'm not like building some imaginary.
Okay, let me do it in another way. You stay in a house, correct?
I stay in a house.
Yeah.
I live
And
in
your
a
house,
yeah.
and your house is in a suburb, and your suburb is in a country. It's can be classified as different systems.
That has nothing to do with the atmosphere, but go on. I'm interested to see whether.
So, like, were you standing with your hand and say, "Look, gas pressure." You are standing in a already contained system, which you are claiming pressure gradients. Pressure gradients are already in the system you're claiming isn't there.
So there's a container because cities exist? That's not.
No, I was
really
giving an analogy so you understand there's always a surrounding system.
Yeah, it's a very weak analogy. It's not,
You got it. I got you to understand what a surrounding system is, so it's not weak.
yeah. But just because cities exist, it doesn't mean to say that when I stick my hand out a window, that suddenly then means that I'm involved in some kind of systemical hierarchy of containers or whatever.
But you would understand your house is in a suburb, and your house in a suburb is still in a country, and that country is still on a continent.
Yeah, and all those things exist. I can see.
And now you standing in the house, look, I'm holding my hand out, means I'm not in a country. Do you understand? Because you can't see it as a country.
Yeah, but I can like look at the rest of the country. I can visit it. It's a physical thing that exists.
Wow.
The boundaries might be political, but it's still a physical thing that exists.
Just like gas pressure, physical thing that exists that requires physical containment to exist.
No, it doesn't require it to exist.
Then prove it.
It just requires it to be measured.
Prove it. Demonstrate to us gas pressure without containment.
I can take off on a plane.
That's a container.
At
And I said demonstrate, not make an assertion based on your religious belief that I can climb on a plane or go up a mountain or whatever. Demonstrate. No. I'm holding you to your feet now. I'm holding you to your feet. Show me a demonstration. I mean, I've been asked this for years. Any demonstration where you can have gas pressure without containment.
Yeah, I was about to say it, and then you got like all.
No, you said you're climbing in a plane and you're saying you see pressure gradients.
Yeah, have you flown in a plane before?
Many times. Again.
Cool. So I'm taking. So and what altitude? What elevation was the airport that you took off from at?
I took off from Joburg. I took from Joburg and I flew to Cape Town.
Cool. So they're both on the coast, aren't they? So let's say they're about like sea level, which is what, about 14.7 psi or whatever the SI equivalent is. You fly up to about 30,000 feet.
And the pressure's less, correct?
Outside, the pressure is less.
And you're inside a plane, a contained system.
In the system, inside the plane, yeah, it's probably like they try and maintain like.
Great. So what happens if that? What happens if you had to break open that airplane? What would happen?
The air would try and equalize itself with the outside, and that is not.
Great. So gas pressure with a container again. Everything is gas pressure with containment. You're not demonstrating gas pressure without containment.
You're second guessing where I'm going with this, and.
You're literally proving my point with this.
But the plane has flown from 0 to 30,000 feet.
In the same system.
Through no containers, through no barriers.
It's the same system.
There are no barriers. There exist.
Pressure.
14 psi.
Sorry, mate.
13 psi,
Sorry, but whoever claimed containers between pressure gradients?
You're saying that.
Oh, sorry. What? When did I ever say you have a container between pressure gradients?
Between pressure gradients isn't really.
That's what you're just claiming now. That's what you just said I claimed. That's an outright lie, mate.
A pressure gradient exists. So you don't have it between pressure gradients.
So why are you claiming then containment between the gradients then? I never claimed that.
But can I say, like, sorry, I don't know like, whether this is just a language thing, but between pressure gradients doesn't really make sense.
Okay, 14.7 psi.
14 gradient.
Let's say 14.7 psi. You're claiming now has to have a container around it, and then when you get to 13 psi, it has to have another container around it. When you get to
well, that's the logical.
No. That's just idiotic. I never made that claim. Pressure gradients is in the same system, not separate systems.
But if gas expands to fill its volume, then it needs to be contained.
Yeah, congratulations. And pressure gradients also requires contained system.
But what's causing the pressure gradient?
Behavior of gas. We got temperature differences, pressure differences, volume differences. I've explained this many times. It's a dynamic system. Sorry?
What?
And density differences.
Yeah, and density. It's just gas behavior.
The density difference is the pressure gradient we're measuring. That's just like saying that 1 equals 1. That's not a very useful contribution.
Again, the argument is to have the pressure gradient, we require the containment. You are saying, nah, I measure the pressure gradient, so therefore not containment, by literally throwing away the argument that you require the containment to have the pressure gradient. Remember when I brought the delta X argument up?
Yeah, I'm well aware of the delta X. That's the QE argument, isn't it? But that's not. It's not a very strong argument, because if we don't see the need for containment now,
we've always needed
then why
containment.
did it ever need to exist?
Because we would be dead if we didn't have the containment.
No, that's
Spontaneous,
the logical leap of faith.
spontaneous process. If you had an open system to another system which would be adjacent, in this case the vacuum of space, you would have a spontaneous process, and you wouldn't even have a pressure gradient in the first instant. It would just literally increase.
So, like, very early on, we talked about balloons popping at, what, 120,000 feet, you said?
Yeah.
You could consider that's extremely high up.
Entropy.
There's no boundary between these two. Are they the same system? Are they
The
two
balloon
systems
had
or
a
what?
boundary, correct? And the balloon
Yes,
popped.
balloons have boundaries.
And the gas inside the balloon, and the gas inside the balloon.
Existed inside what was effectively zero pressure.
Okay.
or probably very
Okay, let's put it this way. The guys, when they had the balloon at the ground level, they put gas into the balloon.
Yes, a small amount.
Okay,
inside
so it's
very
a
large.
now that balloon is a system, a closed system that's holding the gas.
Yes.
Now they let it go, and it's going up in altitude. That balloon is traveling in the same system that it's always been, correct?
Yes, through the declining pressure gradient.
Great. Now it's getting to a
which
place.
is not being contained by anything else. It's just.
That's a
the
claim
pressure
that you
gradient
are
is
making again. Now, when the balloon pops, what happens to the gas that was inside that balloon?
It expands to the volume outside.
Into the surrounding system. So now what would happen to that surrounding system if it had another surrounding system?
What would happen to this one? So this depends on what forces are acting on the gases. But so your question's unclear. But
No, it's
ultimately,
very
what
clear.
happens to the gases in one system and another depends on the forces acting on it.
Okay, let's put it this way. There's always a surrounding system. In this case, we just, for Pete's sake, say the universe. It's the isolated system, as you would say. Now, you have the Earth inside that system. It's another system inside that system. Do you understand that? If you had to open
Yeah,
that...
that's one way of putting it, yeah.
So if you had to open it, what would happen to everything inside this going to the surrounding system?
If there was no force acting on the gas, then it would try and...
What
equalize
force?
itself.
What force acting on all the gas? I don't understand. What do you mean, what force?
So now you've just drawn a sulfur hexafluoride container. So well done.
I feel like we're on a really, really shitty merry-go-round right now.
Yeah, you can just fuck off. Just go back into your hole and crawl away and die.
So in other words, let's take this as the sulfur hexafluoride. It would still disperse into the surrounding system. It just takes longer, correct?
Yeah, I agree. I think I ended up agreeing with you earlier that.
So now does that change the fact?
Over time, I don't know what time it would be, but it'd be a long time.
Okay, but now does that change the fact that we're already in a contained system?
It's not contained because there's free exchange of molecules. So the sulfur hexafluoride is free to move around
Into the surrounding system.
For some reason, it's being penned down into that.
It's never. It's always disperses. You literally just said it will disperse into the surrounding system, and that surrounding system.
It's free to move, but there's also something that's
and that surrounding system is a closed system.
Okay.
Or isolated, as in your globe. The universe is an isolated system. So Earth would be an open system. In that isolated system, there's always a surrounding system. The universe would just be the boundary for all systems in the heliocentric model. So, open system Earth. We'll do this now with Earth. We'll just say it's a
so is your open top container now
this would be
of Earth?
this would be now your Earth. Let's say it's open. Correct? Inside now the universe. There's your container. Even your vacuum of space is contained, correct?
That's well beyond the realms of what was actually known.
No.
Yeah, let's say.
What's an isolated system? The universe is seen as an isolated system. So would that mean it's contained?
Kind of like, it's people guessing at what the universe is. No one really knows what the extent of the universe is.
It seems to me like you're backpedaling every time I have to reinstate the guy's your globe model to you.
You can't get to tell me what my beliefs are. I'm just saying that
I'm not telling you what your beliefs are. I'm telling you what your model says.
We don't truly know what the universe is. Like, I know that when it gets to when it comes to the Earth, we know a lot about the Earth. When it comes to the universe, we know.
I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad so you don't really know. So then please tell me how you can hold us and say you don't know where the container is, so therefore there's no containment.
Because you're saying there is a container, but
yeah, because we have gas pressure based on every gas law.
I'm saying I don't know if the universe is contained or not, because I just don't know.
Okay, I don't know where the container is, but I do know you need gas pressure, and to have gas pressure, you need containment.
Gas pressure is not the same as atmospheric pressure.
Okay, what's atmospheric pressure?
Oh, did you not listen when I said it earlier?
Oh, was it nitrogen and argon and gases?
Oh,
sorry.
Above.
And what is the weight of the gas?
I equated it to the pressure in the ocean, where the weight of water above causes more pressure.
And what's the Boltzmann constant based on your atmospheric pressure?
I don't know what the Boltzmann constant is. What is it?
Ideal gas constant. Do you know what ideal gas constant means?
No.
It means all gas laws together. That means Boyle's law, Charles-Lusak's law, Avogadro's law. You get the point, yeah?
Okay.
All the gas laws together.
How
Dalton's law.
Talking about just like water pressure and the gas pressure.
That means that your atmospheric pressure is defined by gas laws, which are all defined by containment.
They're not defined by containment.
Tony Whitcomb with another £20 super chat. Thank you very much. He says, ask the guest, when does the gradient finish? Does it stop arbitrarily at a point when entropy don't exist in nature? Thank you very much for the super chat, Tony. Would you be able to answer that?
No, I'm not. I'm not a scientist. I'm not anyone who knows anything. I'm just some like random dude on YouTube. I don't know why Tony's asking me. You should ask someone who knows more.
So we would agree then that I don't think you're very adequate to talk about containment then.
No, I just came on for a chat because no one else was.
But I'm enjoying the chat. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to admit the bounds of my knowledge.
Yeah.
And I've done some research. We've all done some research. I'm happy to ask questions and answer questions, but I'm not an authority. If people want authoritative answers, they should definitely not ask me.
Yeah.
But I'm happy
And
to give
nowhere
an
in your
answer.
research it says that gas needs a container for pressure. What the fuck kind of research are you doing? Like
Not
a potato?
Such as you, my friend.
Oh, right.
Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, it's got Boltzmann constant on it.
What does that V stand for?
The big V. I don't know.
Volume.
Volume. Yeah. Okay.
The amount of space taken up by an object.
You kind of committed this fallacious argument before. Volume doesn't mean a container. It just means a volume.
Volume is a measure of three-dimensional space, correct?
Yes.
Which would require a boundary of some sort, correct?
No. You could measure a cubic meter of air.
Which is a boundary,
without-
correct? A cubic meter of air is a boundary.
No, it's just a cubic meter of air.
Which is a
you could define
boundary.
an arbitrary cubic meter of air.
Which
without
is a
it being
boundary.
contained.
Which is a boundary. Which would have to be inside a container. Because we're
No.
talking about pressure.
No.
Yep. Volume is the amount of space taken up by an object, while capacity is the measure of object ability to hold a substance, like a solid,
Yeah, I
liquid, or
think
gas.
you just
Volume
did
is
one point
measured
one.
in cubic units, while capacity is measured in almost every unit, including liters, gallons, and pounds.
Yeah. No point does that say that you need to have a walled container to have a volume.
Volume is defined by the space occupied within the boundaries of an object in three-dimensional space.
Yeah. Still, why does you don't understand that?
I understand 100%.
I said earlier. I keep on referring to things I said earlier. I feel like I'm not being listened to. I said you could draw.
Is it?
Hang on, let me just say this. You could trace out a cubic meter above your head with your hands. That you are defining a cubic meter of air. Without
It's a
containing
boundary.
it.
You're defining a boundary.
But I'm not containing it. I'm just defining a cubic meter of air.
Which is already in a contained system.
That's your assertion.
No, is the air pressure where you are making a boundary? Is the air pressure about around that boundary you've just set as well?
Yes, but
So
there's no container.
there we go. In the same system, you've literally just created the arbitrary boundary inside a already contained system. That's why I drew it on paint for you, so you would understand it. That's why you ended up saying, "Oh, look, it looks like the sulfur hexafluoride thing."
Yeah, but you drew a square around an open square.
Ah, congratulations.
That
So
doesn't
always
really
have a
mean-
contained
doesn't
system.
really mean
Even
that.
based in your heliocentric model, the universe would be the boundary, aka containment for every system inside it.
Yeah, but that's absolutely not what I'm talking about. I don't know where the edge of the universe is.
Is the Earth in space?
Yes.
Great, so it's a surrounding system. Congratulations.
Congratulations on
Earth
what?
itself is inside a container.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain to him.
And boundary is, some people think boundary means limit. But yeah, it can, but it's not always that way it's meant.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how much.
That was just like waffle. I don't even know what that means. Can you,
I don't know how much more clearer I can make it.
In English, Discord.
How wasn't that English?
You do know you speak English too, right?
Yeah, no, that's the problem. He didn't.
Oh, I didn't, alright.
It's simple.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, he literally just said space is your surrounding system, aka it's contained. Your Earth is inside that contained system. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Okay, that adds nothing to the conversation. That adds no information.
I thought that was the point of what Fletch said just before I mentioned it, or one of the points.
Maybe, but it doesn't really add any information to what anyone is discussing here.
Oh yes, it does.
Well, it does, yeah.
Because
I don't already know that Earth is a system within the universe system. We can say system all we want till our noses bleed, but it doesn't really.
Okay, if you go scuba diving, are you inside the ocean?
Yes.
So you're inside the system of the ocean. You are a separate system.
If you want to talk about systems versus systems, then yes, you're in the ocean system
So
versus
Earth-
the air system, or
so
whatever
Earth-
you're
Earth-
talking about, or the boat system, or whatever you're talking about.
So Earth is an open system inside the space system.
It depends on what you define by open system. Like I said earlier,
Can you show us the
physics,
containment then for Earth?
Containment
Yeah, show. You're saying it's a closed system, so show us the physical boundary, because that's what a closed system requires.
There is
Physical
very
boundary.
little exchange of energy or matter between Earth and the outside system. Therefore, it's considered a closed system.
Just because it's considered a closed system doesn't make it a closed system.
But it's defined within science. The closed system is not like it's not some kind of God-given definition. It's a scientific definition.
Ooh, you don't even want to try science with me, mate. It will be another 3 hours.
No, yeah, let's not get that.
We'll try that. It will be another 3 hours, yeah. No, it's not science.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I know that you need to get better sometimes.
Okay, but look at this. This is the three systems on for you. Now look at these three systems and tell me which one is your Earth.
Should we just cut the crap and just like Google is Earth a closed system?
No, we'll get there. But just point to these three.
I mean, why are us average Joes going to like guess at what Earth is when we could just Google it?
Because who says what you get on Google is true?
Because that's what Flatzoid's done here. He's brought up a search result from Google.
Okay, with respect to
but
matter.
that's a big question, though. Yeah.
Look,
okay.
with respect to matter,
So,
Earth is a
like,
closed
you can't
system.
have it on one hand and then like dismiss it with the other.
Okay, with respect to matter, that would be physical substance. Earth is a closed system.
So it doesn't
Matter
mention
does not
astronauts
enter
or
or leave.
asteroids or
Listen,
whatever.
listen. Matter does not leave or enter or leave. With respect to energy, Earth is an open system. Sunlight energy flows. So it's explaining.
So it's got different definitions.
So it's
Who would have
explaining.
thought?
So it's explaining a closed system. Then, energy can go in and out through the boundary, just like it says there. With respect to energy, Earth is an open system. Duh. Even with respect to energy, listen. Even with respect to energy, it's actually a closed system, by the way, because energy transfers. No matter can transfer through the boundary, just like it says, because it's a closed system. So explain to me.
I actually agree with that. So I think that synopsis is slightly wrong because no significant energy escapes from Earth, whereas it does enter.
No
In
matter.
which case it would.
Matter does not enter or leave. Matter does not enter or leave. So it's literally confirming it's a closed system. So tell me again how you have astronauts in space.
Because astronauts are ejected from space on a rocket
Through a physical surface.
Nothing to do with the free movement of the molecules of air leaving or escaping Earth.
So you
wait
admit.
a minute. There's no astronauts in space, so that's redundant.
Yeah.
Don't talk
Okay,
about
well, nice, just shit argument there. But let's actually focus on what we're talking about.
Okay. You admitted that according to your globe, it's closed system, so therefore it requires containment. So this would be your burden of proof now also to prove. Show us the containment. Show us the containment on your globe, please.
But why did you say requires containment?
It's a closed system. Matter can't leave its boundaries. Only energy can. That means it needs a physical boundary. Physical.
No, that's you saying that. That's not.
Show me a closed system without physical boundaries, please.
It's the Earth is defined as a closed system because matter, like no significant matter leaves.
No.
Or comes into a
Closed
static.
systems require physical boundaries. So show me a closed system that has no physical boundary.
So what is a closed system in scientific terms? In what we're looking at here.
That's what it shows. This is in science, physics.
Yeah. So do you think that means like zero molecules of air can escape, or does it mean it's not significant?
If matter goes through the boundaries, it's an open system.
Nope, that's you saying that.
No, that's literally showing it on screen now for everybody to see.
But I think we need to like go down the Google search rather than just going to the first result.
This is.
So let's go back
Are
to
you
Google search.
are you saying that these
Can you
people
go
are
back to the
lying?
middle tab? We need to do more research than. because
No. There's no
looking at
more
the picture
research.
And guessing at what it means isn't.
It's not guessing. This is exactly what it means. So.
No, that's no. You're kind of second guessing what it means.
Okay. Please
Can we
give
go
me.
back to the middle search
Show me a
tab we've got right
citation. Show me a citation where a closed system does not require physical boundary.
Well, the Earth, as it's defined on this page, as a closed system.
I'm waiting for you to show me a citation where it says physical, where a closed system does not require physical boundaries.
You're making a positive claim that it does require it.
No, it's on screen. I got a citation making my point. This is actual physics. You're the one going against physics here.
Right, let's scroll down to the closed system description.
Okay. A closed system can only exchange energy with the surroundings and cannot transfer matter through its boundaries.
I'm on YouTube, so it may be a little behind. But,
Yeah.
on YouTube, it's still.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. Sorry.
And the boundary is real. Should I carry on reading it?
Yeah.
For example, when the cap is present in a water bottle, it behaves like a closed system. By the way, cap is physical. A system can also change its type with time. For example, in the case of car bike engines, when fuel enters the piston cylinder arrangement, we can say that the piston cylinder's arrangement is an open system. But the same system becomes a closed system when the piston is moving up and down. So in other words, when the stroke is closed, it's a closed system, but when it's open, it's an open system. Why? Because it's a physical boundary. So now it's your turn to go and get us a citation that shows a closed system not requiring physical boundaries.
This one reference, is that how
Must I get another one for you?
Yeah, go on then, let's go to the next one.
Okay.
I didn't realise we just went to the top result from Google and went with that.
Would you want
A
wiki?
football is a closed system and an open system, depending on if you put the pump into it. You know, I don't know how we are how we are going to define these things.
Okay, from Lumen Learning.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
Thermodynamics refers to the study of energy and energy transfer involving physical matter, the matter and its environment relative to the particular case of energy. Okay, that went out there.
Whenever you search for is Earth a closed system?
We already had that and it said it's closed. That's how we got to the other one. So there are two types of systems, open and closed. An open system is one which lets energy be transferred between the systems and its surroundings. The stovetop systems is an open because its heat can be lost into the air, and a closed system is one that cannot transfer energy to its surroundings. Do you get it? Should we go to another one? The studying energy scientists use the term system to refer to the matter and its environment involved to energy transfers. Okay, let's go get another one for you.
You're still like searching for like more of the technical definition rather than what we call Earth.
No, you want me to get more than one citation. I'm still waiting for your one citation to say it doesn't. A
I've
closed
not been
system.
looking because I'm waiting for your Earth is a closed system citation. Sorry, Earth is an open system citation.
It's not. It's closed. So therefore, it's
everything I look at says Earth is a closed system.
Great. And what is a closed system? No matter can leave. So, in other words, you need to provide us now the evidence of your containment of your globe, please.
No, because the same sources that say Earth is a closed system will also happily talk about astronauts leaving and astronauts leaving and.
So that's a contradiction in terms then? So that's a contradiction then?
No, it's just like nuance is like a thing that exists, but you're not getting here.
No. Is Earth a closed system or an open system? It's closed, correct? That requires physical boundary like I just shown you with different citations.
No.
So,
It doesn't require a physical
you
boundary.
need to tell us then, if Earth is closed, show us where your container is.
Doesn't require a physical boundary or a container.
So why are you being
Why don't you show us
hypocritical?
where your container is?
No, that's what I'm saying. Why are you being so hypocritical? I need to show you a container when we say it's closed, but when you say it's closed, you don't need to show a container. Isn't that hypocritical?
The closed system in terms of thermodynamics doesn't require there to be a container.
Oh yes, it
It's
does.
just saying
Thermodynamics
that
runs.
there is
Do you know how nature runs through
little
thermodynamics?
exchange of mass between the system that we're talking about.
Are you
and
claiming
the outside.
thermodynamics doesn't exist now?
No.
So thermodynamics literally is a natural tendency, a natural law.
It's a law that's defined in science.
Great, so it's physics, working with physical matter.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if it says closed, that means it's got a physical boundary.
No, that's you saying that.
No, it's not me. That's literally what it says.
It doesn't say physical boundary. Okay, this is talking about a test tube to make things like easy to understand to whoever the target audience is. It's probably like school kids or something. Did you ever realise that in school they don't tell you the full story? Sometimes they just make things a bit simpler. That's kind of what these websites are doing. They're making things a little bit simpler to avoid talking about the nuance of real life. Because studying the real world.
Okay, I got another one for you.
It has nuance. It has. You can't just. Nothing is suddenly black or white anymore.
Okay, byjuice.com. In thermodynamics, a boundary is a closed 3D surface that encloses the surface and separates it from the surroundings. Usually the boundary coincides with real physical surfaces, such as the walls of a flask.
Does usually mean all the time, or does it just mean usually?
Okay, show me one that doesn't have a physical boundary. Go ahead.
I don't know, but your citation says that it's not all the time, so therefore that means sometimes.
No. Don't come on semantics. I want you to show us one where there's never ever a physical boundary, please.
Your citation. The exception to usually is
Sorry,
sometimes.
you are cherry picking and literally making semantics on words.
Your citation says usually the opposite of usually.
And what does usually mean?
Sometimes.
What does usually mean?
It means
most of the time, little bit of the time,
yep.
Just sometimes.
Usually might mean it's definitely more than 50% of the time.
Okay, great. So that means
if I was to put a number on it, if I was to quantify it, it might say 75% of the time.
So
if
you
I
would
was to say 75% of the time, that would mean 25% of the time the opposite is true.
Great. So you'd be able. So that means there would be some possibility you can provide us a demonstration of a non-physical closed system.
Right, I'm just using your citation. You're using a citation to say that there is a boundary. I'm saying that whatever the opposite of usually is, there isn't a boundary.
I'm waiting for you.
Just using your citation.
Yeah. So now you can show us, because you made a claim that it then can show non-physical boundaries. So show us where there is non-physical boundaries.
The Earth. No one's ever found a boundary at the edge of the Earth.
Huh?
No one's ever found a boundary at the edge of the Earth. A physical boundary.
How do you know how far the boundary is?
There isn't one. No one's ever found one.
But your globe claims to be closed.
Yeah.
So it requires a boundary.
And your citation says that there's usually a boundary, but not always. So that also fits with.
Okay, show me how how physical matter cannot get past some invisible wall that doesn't exist.
I don't know. That's the great mystery that faces us all.
Exactly. You are claiming a closed system, and you're claiming it doesn't need a physical system.
Something is keeping it stuck down, and no one knows what.
So it's, in other words, it's like a force field that's not physical.
Yeah, it's weird. It's almost like it's magnetic, but not. It's like something is keeping us attracted to some big rock that's below us.
So we've gotten to the point, guys, where the globe is having the claim of needing containment and cannot provide us the containment, while being hypocritical to ask us for containment.
You're saying that, but no one else is saying that.
I'm sorry, when did I say the globe is a closed system? Did you say the globe is a closed system, or did I?
To have a container, but your Byju's reference says that it.
Every citation I've brought up requires containment for gas pressure. Every citation I've brought up requires a closed container to have a physical boundary.
To measure
your
gas pressure,
globe is claimed to be closed.
So that's gas pressure to exist. It doesn't. There's nothing that says gas pressure.
I think from now on, I'm always going to ask that for the globes now. Please provide us the evidence of your closed container.
But your citation says that it's only usually requires a container.
Yeah, so that means you would be able. So that means you would be able to provide us with a time when it's not created. Can you think of a place where a physical boundary is not needed?
I'm just going with your citation. Your citation says that but sometimes there is no physical boundary.
Great.
So
I'm
let's
happy
go
with
back.
that. I'm happy with that. So then show me the one time where you do not require physical boundaries.
Yeah.
No, show me. Not make
Yeah,
claims.
like you show me the container that that is containing the gas, and then I'll kind of.
Okay, let's put it this way. If you try and run and you hit a wall, is that wall physical?
Yes.
Okay, now let's try and do that same scenario without the wall. And you run. You're just going to carry on running, correct?
Of course.
Thank you. That's how it works. Because the boundary literally
What?
the
That's how it
bound
works. That's how what works. Like that.
physical
a weak
boundaries.
analogy.
That's how physical boundaries work. On your assessment, you are saying you don't need a cup to hold water.
No, that's not what we're saying. That's you making something up for me.
Okay, so can you then show me where physical boundaries don't need it to exist to have a closed system? Because a closed system is defined by a physical boundary.
Oh, actually, I've got a citation.
Okay, show us.
If you go to byjuice.com, it tells you that a physical boundary is only usually required, not all the time.
I'm going to go back to that one where we had Jews, I think. What did I type? I've got to find it again. Because I got another Jews, yeah?
Also, I mean, I don't have a clue who byjuice are. I don't know what it is. It's just some random Google website. But
it's as far as I know, it's an Indian physics. What's the name? Closed system.
It's like an educational site, is it, or something?
Human learning, educational site. Yeah. I'm trying to see where I got it because now I can't seem to find it. I got Lumen, ThoughtCo, study. Okay, wasn't here. Thermodynamic systems. There we go, Baiju. Nope, that's the same one that we just went with. It wasn't showing that one. While I'm looking for it, can you get us a demonstration where there's no physical containment needed for a closed system?
Yeah. So if you climb to the top of Everest, you need.
Oh, please no. I'm asking you don't have to play stupid. I'm asking you for a simple demonstration.
No, I'm not playing stupid. I'm giving a genuine answer to your question. You climb to the top of Everest and you need breathing equipment, or at least like 99.9% of people do.
Which requires physical containment. Congratulations.
So you've ascended through
a pressure gradient in the same system.
Yeah, and there's no free expansion of gas within that system. Something is keeping
Same
that gas
system. Same system. You require it.
Say what?
You require two adjacent systems. Do you understand? Thermodynamics works with systems, aka surrounding systems.
Does gas expand to fill the available volume?
Yes.
So why doesn't it expand to fill the available volume in Earth?
It's a dynamic system. We got gas behaviors.
You've got gas. Can you be more specific? That's a very vague term.
At the ground, you have different
Are you
surfaces.
talking about gas being made or something, or some bullshit like that?
No, you got different systems. We got the water cycles. We got, even evaporation goes against your model. It literally shows cycles. We live in a dynamic system. Things go up and down all the time. Pressure changes all the time. Temperature changes all the time.
Does pressure change all the time? Or
Yes, it does.
Is like slight, obviously.
You telling me pressure doesn't change?
Does.
You telling me pressure doesn't change?
Whoa, let me finish. So, on our human scale, yeah, we see pressure differences. Of course we see weather, we see pressure systems moving in and out. But as you go up, above the clouds, where planes fly, the pressure change is, the pressure gradient is remarkably constant. Whether you're over the ocean, whether you're over land, whether you're over mountains, the pressure gradient itself is not that turbulent. it's not. If it was down to more local factors, then why isn't the pressure gradient much more volatile? Why isn't gas trying to escape up to much higher levels all the time? Why does gas rarely make it up to 100,000 feet? If gas is like determined to equalize itself, why is there none at 120,000 feet?
Dynamic system. How much more times was
Oh,
it
you're
said?
just gonna ignore
And I'm
that.
gonna tell you now why they said usually in number 1. I got on screen. Because it says sometimes some parts of all the boundaries.
Could you answer my question first? Why is gas determined, like, even though gas is resolutely trying to get to equalize itself, why does like 99% of gas not make it up to 100,000 feet?
Gas
If it's at 9,000
behavior.
feet, what's stopping it getting up to 100,000 feet?
Gas behavior. Pressure change,
Yes.
temperature change, volume change. Weather.
That's not an explanation. That's just like generally waving your hand in a certain direction and not really answering the call.
Okay, let's say you open let's just say you open something in a house and it stinks, for instance. There's a gas canister or whatever, and you bring a fan and you blow it away. What happens to the gas of that canister?
Obviously, it disperses. It moves around.
Okay, now did the wind cause it to move from the fan?
It helped it.
Great.
Yeah, it helped it.
Great. So we have things like wind in reality. We have things like temperature
Well,
change.
hang on. Wind is caused by pressure differences. It's not the cause of.
High to low. Congratulations. So literally debunking your own claim.
No. Why? So why don't we see a great updraft into the areas where there's?
You know where the
no
jet
pressure?
streams are? Where are the jet streams on Earth?
So
What
we've got pressure
altitude?
differences.
At what
So
altitude do
we've
the
got-
jets? At what altitude
Let's
are the
say we've got
jet
pressure
streams?
differences. Okay, go on.
At what altitude are the jet streams?
I don't know. It's some crazy height, isn't it? I don't know.
Yeah. Why do you think it's happening there?
Honestly, I've got no idea.
Because high
Why is
pressure
it happening?
to low pressure and temperature change.
Is that your explanation?
Gas behavior. I don't know how much more I can say this. Gas behavior. Maybe it's just because it's like.
I think the
maybe it's
problem
because
is
it's
that
10 past 1 in the
behaviour
morning.
is a very non-descriptive.
Maybe because
phrase.
it's like 10 past 1 in the morning and I'm actually very tired. But it's literally, the word is gas behavior.
So it's two words, and it's also not very descriptive. It doesn't really explain why anything's happening. That's like me saying, why are bankers dickheads? It's because of banker behaviour.
Does temperature change pressure?
But what's the cause and what's an effect?
Does volume change pressure?
If so, you're talking about ideal gas laws. So if you
No,
maintain
just gas,
all
normal
variables-
gas behavior. Does volume change pressure?
If you have a contained gas and maintain
Just
all
say
variables
yes or no.
and change only the volume, then yes, the pressure will
Okay,
change.
and
because of the
temperature?
ideal
And
gas
does
law.
temperature change pressure?
If you maintain all the other variables apart from temperature, then yes, temperature change will change the pressure.
And you're saying all this is because of ideal gas law, right? Correct?
Yes.
And your pressure, atmospheric pressure, is based on the ideal gas law. Do you understand the issue here?
Atmospheric pressure is not based on the ideal.
I literally showed it on screen for everybody. I gave you even the Boltzmann constant, everything based on that.
Atmospheric pressure is just atmospheric pressure.
Oh wow, I'm gonna have to bring
the
it up
way in
again.
which we can define it by the ideal gas law is just that. It's not saying why it exists. It's just trying to explain the different variables involved.
Okay, there we go. I've got it back on screen again. This is your atmospheric pressure. Tell me what it says in K by the Boltzmann.
E.
What does this say? What's this say?
I just see Po, which is quite funny, really.
I just literally highlighted it.
Sorry, absolute temperature. Okay. I'm watching on YouTube, which is probably about 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's
behind.
fine. But I've got it highlighted. You'll see it now.
Yeah.
What does that say?
So the Boltzmann constant.
Yeah, carry on.
Boltzmann constant, ideal gas constant divided by Avogadro's number. Okay.
This is your pressure, atmospheric pressure. Do you know, and you tell me it's not ideal gas law?
It's the ideal gas constant. It's not the ideal gas law. The ideal gas law is something different.
That's what ideal gas law is. It's a constant.
No, a constant is not a law. A constant is just a number.
Yeah, Avogadro's number is the constant based on Boltzmann. But you understand all these constants is what creates the ideal gas law.
The ideal gas law is PV equals nRT.
Yeah.
That's the ideal gas law.
And what is the N in ideal gas? And what is the N? What is the N? What is the N in ideal gas law? The amount of moles, the Boltzmann constant. The Boltzmann constant. It's the same bloody thing. This is the one thing with you ballers. You always run away because you want to claim.
Hang on.
You guys want to claim ideal gas law.
You're accusing me of not knowing stuff, and then you're confusing.
You are claiming ideal gas law has nothing to do with your atmosphere, but yet your atmosphere is based on
not the same thing.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You saying that.
You're literally disproving yourself by showing that the thing you've got on screen is not the ideal gas law. The ideal gas law is something else. Just because they both happen to reference the Boltzmann constant doesn't mean to say that they are the same thing. Just because buoyancy and Newton's law have G in doesn't mean they're the same thing, although they are kind of derived from each other. But
so I'm waiting.
For what?
You say it's not got to do with the ideal gas law, so tell me what has it got to do with it? Because it's exactly got to do with the ideal gas law.
No, you're completely strawmanning me. I'm saying it's not the same thing. I'm not saying it's not got anything to do with each other. Of course they're related. So many laws in physics are related.
Great.
You can,
so you would agree then the ideal gas law is all the gas laws together to explain the differences in behaviors together?
Not all the laws together, it's a law.
A law. Is the ideal gas law, has it got Chol's law into it? Avogadro's law into it? Boyle's law into it? Dalton's law into it?
Yes. Is that the same as saying it is atmospheric pressure?
Atmospheric.
No.
That's what atmospheric pressure is. It's the ideal gas law. Yeah.
No, just because atmospheric pressure possibly conforms to the ideal gas law, doesn't mean to say that it is ideal gas law.
Wow, you just literally conceded my point. Congratulations.
No.
Yeah. Are you saying atmospheric pressure has nothing to do with Dalton's law?
No, you're like.
I'm just asking you. Why do you think it's got something to do with Dalton's law?
You're taking me out of my comfort zone, I must admit. But I can spot a false equivalence when I see one. But yeah, I'm not like well in with.
Okay, I'm just gonna quickly read you something off here. According to Dalton's law of partial pressures, the total pressure by a mixture of gases is equal to the sum of the partial pressures in each of the constituent gases, hence pressure gradient.
The total pressure by a mixture of gases. Well, that's just like, so if you're at sea level and you've got a mixture of oxygen, nitrogen, etc., that's just saying that if you could theoretically, and this is not practically possible, if you could theoretically measure the pressure of the oxygen individually from the nitrogen, then there would the sum pressure would be what you measure overall in the aggregated mixture. That's not to do with the pressure gradient. That's just saying that if you measure a mixture of gases individually, they will sum up to the total pressure, surely. That's not rocket science. That's just like saying if I weigh an egg and some flour and some sugar, they will. If I weigh them individually and then weigh them all together, the sum of the weights will equal the overall weight, which is just like we might view it as being blatantly obvious. But at the time that Dalton came up with it, I'm sure it was pretty revolutionary.
Okay, I got this on screen here. What does this say? O2, N2, argon, H2O, and CO2 equals air. It's the conglomerate of all the different gases that equal our atmosphere.
Yeah.
Hence Dalton's
That's
law.
exactly what I just said.
Yeah.
I mean, I've only just learned about Dalton's law and I just nailed it, so thanks.
Congratulations. So, ideal gas law for pressure, atmospheric pressure.
You're reading a hell of a lot into this, Ben.
Dude, I've been studying this for a long time. That's why I'm literally bringing it up like this. You looked into it
what
now.
What you bring up on screen is not the same as what you're inferring from it.
I don't know what more I can do to this guy, guys. I don't know how much more I can explain to him.
No, I appreciate that you have definitely looked into it, but all I'm saying is that what you're bringing up on screen is a bit different from the claims you're making. The claims you're making are not representative of what you're bringing up on screen.
So a larger amount of mixture of gases at the bottom by the surface. Is that what you're claiming?
No, actually, it's amazing how much stuff I said earlier is like I can refer back to. But I said earlier that the mixture of gases, we know the mixture of gases is pretty constant in terms of the proportions, all the way up to about 100 kilometers.
Yeah.
It's just that it's only the pressure that
So the
decreases.
pressure gradient decreases, but it's still got the partial pressures of each gas.
Yep.
So in other words, you have all the same gases no matter what altitude you go.
You've got the same relative proportion of gases, but the density.
So then how is
pressure.
gravity working then if gravity pulls the densest object with more force?
Or again, this is almost like it's meant to be. Again, I said earlier, gas has no inherent density.
Yes, thank you.
When I said this earlier, and I'm a bit disappointed you don't remember, I then talked about the oceanic pressure gradient, saying that water has no inherent density, yet we see an oceanic pressure gradient. There's much more water pressure at the bottom of the ocean than there is at the top of the ocean. Yet, so all we know about water pressure is what we experience at the surface. Same with air pressure, or the pressure of some amount of oxygen or some amount of nitrogen. There's no inherent...
The only reason why there's
more pressure at the bottom of the ocean, it's because of all the weight of the water.
Yep.
How the
Bonded.
fucking you, Lulia? Exactly. Why didn't we just talk about this at the very fucking
We
start?
did. We already explained. Remember when I said we were holding hands and the guy tripped and fell?
No, that's not the same thing.
Water is bonded.
A better approximation of that would be if you got one guy has 10 other guys on top of him. The guy at the top feels almost no weight.
No, I was explaining bonded and not bonded.
Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with weight.
Yes, that's got everything to do with weight.
How? How do bonds introduce weight to...
Because they are linked. If you take a basket and put eggs in a basket, and you put more eggs into that same basket, and more eggs into the same basket, what's going to happen to the overall basket's weight?
They're not bonds, you're just putting more eggs into a basket.
Do you understand? You creating the same system to have more weight. Air is not glued to each other. They can't do anything. They only hit off each other. It's a total false equivalence to call water pressure the same as air pressure.
Flats, I gotta go. My device
Yeah, me
has
too.
died.
It's
I'll
20
go
past
chat
1.
again.
I gotta go sleep. I'm
Alright,
very
right.
tired.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yep.
So thank you,
Thanks,
Rocket
guys.
Man, for
Bye.
coming. I appreciate it, but I do have to sleep. I really got to
Okay,
sleep.
let's
We could do this another
I
time.
don't think we've got far, but yeah, no, I appreciate your time, and I appreciate, okay, I think we've got a bit heated sometimes, but
But it's
overall, I'm
not,
still
at least it's not getting
enjoying it.
ugly or anything, so that's cool.
Yeah.
But I
Well,
appreciate you,
take
man.
care. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
You too, and I
Let's,
appreciate it, mate.
let's for fun talk about how to contain what's it called, hydrogen next time. Can you contain hydrogen? And for how long? And with what?
That's a whole conversation that none of us are experienced.
That's a good one though. But it's just, I'm just joking around.
Yeah.
you know.
Okay. Well, guys, I'm saying good night now. I'm going to sleep. I'll see you guys later this evening.
Yep. Have a good one.
You guys too. Thank you for coming, and thank you, Rocket, again for the conversation. It did take the time, so I loved it. Thank you very much. And thank you, everybody, for your super chats and everybody for coming and hitting that like button and share. I'll see you guys later. Cheerio. Blessings.
See ya.
May the pressure be with you.